government's going to have a real shutdown that actually affects real people, it's all over but the shouting. It's basically, you know, it will not be shut down for any length of time that affects anyone. Yes, they might miss some deadline because of some mechanics, but it's over. But the two things that will happen now are, number one, Elon Musk has free reign except for the federal courts. If you oppose Elon Musk, congressional Democrats are not stepping in to limit him at the moment. And for many months will be their next opportunity. It's all about the federal courts. And the other thing is, this just ratchets up this internal struggle in the Democratic Party. How do you confront Donald Trump? And we will see that fight among Democrats intensify a lot after this.
Well, we haven't seen them come up with the recipe yet, hence the note, I guess, from Nancy Pelosi. And now we're hearing suggestions that AOC, primary, Chuck Schumer. We only have, well, less than a minute left. Is that where this is going?
We don't know for sure where things will go in terms of primaries, but we do know that people like Nancy Pelosi, people like Rahm Emanuel, people like Pritzker and in Illinois and Newsom in California are all going to be engaging now on what do we do next, and the activists in the party base are going to be furious and engaged.
Amazing. It's going to be a late night either way?
It'll be a late night.
Bringing in the pizzas and wine. No cots, though.
But the real thing that matters will happen at 1 o'clock. After that, it's just a formula ritual.
It's all over but the shouting. The words of Mike Dorning. There you have it. The real scoop on Bloomberg. Stay with us. We have something special ahead from the left and the right here on Bloomberg.
It's 12:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all advancing. It will be a down week. Right now we're looking at a loss on the week of 2.5%, another losing week. But the S&P now pushing higher by 1.7%. Stocks rebounding after the sell-off. S&P, as I mentioned, up 96, up 1.7%. Dow Industrials up 533 now. The Dow up 1.3%. NASDAQ up 389. For the NASDAQ Composite Index up by 2.2%. The 10-year 4.29%, with the 2-year that's currently yielding 4.00%. Gold, little changed on the day, down just 50 cents the ounce at $29.89. West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.8%, 67.09 per barrel of WTI, and Bitcoin now up by 5.5%. Bitcoin at 84,720. Among the Mag 7 names, they are pushing higher. NVIDIA up 4.5%. Tesla up today by 2.8%. Meta Platforms up 2.7%. Apple up 1.3%. And Alphabet, parent of Google, up by 1.1%. Recapping, S&P is now up 1.7% for on-demand news 24 hours a day. Subscribe to Bloomberg News now, wherever you get your podcasts. And Balance of Power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host. Here he is, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. The voice of Wall Street and the New York subway every day here on the fastest show in politics. I'm surrounded by celebrities today, as you'll see in just a moment here. We're watching Wall Street, big bounce back. We'll see if this can hold. A lot of people trying to call the bottom right now with really not much less uncertainty than we had a day ago. But we did check one box late last night, courtesy of Chuck Schumer, who's having a day. Now, we heard about that maybe 30 hours beforehand. I think Mike Dorning said his opposition to this continuing resolution, he was going to have all Democrats vote no, and the government was going to shut down tonight. Sarah Chamberlain, others, Jim Kessler, last evening on Balance of Power said, get ready for a shutdown. Then this op-ed appeared in the New York Times, and everyone says Schumer caves is the headline. He's going to vote yes, and he wants his members to follow. We'll find out if they actually do. The question is, what happens to Chuck Schumer? And, of course, what happens to the congressional agenda after all of this? Democrats are still really angry. In fact, Chuck Schumer's having such a good day that people are talking about Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez maybe primarying him for all of this. You think Chuck Schumer and Speaker Mike Johnson maybe get a beer later on and compare notes on what this is like? We did hear from AOC on CNN. Here's what she said.
I think that what we need right now is a united Senate Democratic caucus that can stand up for this country and not vote for cloture and not vote for this bill. And I cannot urge enough how bad of an idea it is to empower and enable Donald Trump and Elon Musk in this moment. It is dangerous and it is reckless. Whoa.
Now, even as we see the markets rise because, hey, we can get along, we can get something done, maybe even keep the lights on in the government, there are huge questions about how Democrats will play along with this reconciliation bill. What happens to the debt limit? By the way, tariffs, have we figured out any of that? And then, of course, there's the Doge. I was driving in this morning. I saw people crowded in front of the Department of Justice saying, fire Elon. They had signs up. Sell your Tesla. The anger is palpable, and that's why we have arranged for this conversation. Now, if you're an old guy like me, you remember two voices in the old days, Carville and Madeline. Remember that? Every now and then on Sunday morning, when things would get real chippy, we could always count on these two to kind of point us to a more logical, more reasonable place. Mary Madeline, James Carville. That was a long time ago. I want to introduce you to a new Carville and Madeline for a new age. One you know well from this program, Kevin Walling, the Democratic strategist. He's joined today by Alex Stroman, former RNC spokesperson and Republican strategist. And guess what? They're married. Gentlemen, welcome to Balance of Power. We've been wanting to do this for a long time.
We have. Hey, Joe, good to be with you.
Before I get into living together, cats and dogs and the rest of it, you guys are both practitioners of Washington. I want your take on this. Speak to the anger, Kevin, because Chuck Schumer says his rank and file should vote yes. That wasn't the story yesterday.
Yeah, Joe, the anger is palpable, and you just played that clip from AOC. We're seeing this dynamic play out across the board in a lot of these Democratic caucus lunches, right, that have been widely reported in terms of a screaming match going on the last couple of days on Capitol Hill. You had Senator Warnock, Raphael Warnock, come up and say today, actually, in the last couple of minutes, that it's likely that there's going to be new Senate Democratic leadership in 2 years for the caucus. So there is this dynamic at play. Obviously, Senator Fetterman has said that he is a yes on this. Senator Schumer obviously has said he is a yes. It'll be interesting to see where they piece together the other votes for cloture, likely not to support the budget, but just to get over that first hurdle in terms of actually bringing it to the floor by midnight tonight.
You don't think we shut down?
I do not think we shut down. We'll see, again, if this anger convinces more folks. The one good thing for Schumer, not good for my party, but the one good thing for Schumer right now is he has a good number of retirements that are happening. Jeanne Shaheen just announced, Gary Peters, others, part of his leadership team that don't have to face the voters. That gives him a little bit more leverage to say, I need your help on this important vote.
Okay, Alex, do you think that there's a shutdown on the cards here? And if not, are we at the point where avoiding a government shutdown is considered a win for the Republican Party?
I think so. I don't think we're anywhere close to a government shutdown. I think that that Democrats will fall in line. As a Republican, it feels really good to see the Democrats be in disarray and have some leadership issues and see their rank and file members kind of rebelling against leadership. That's something, as a Republican, we've become quite accustomed to. We do. We know it very, very well. And so I think that the Donald Trump's tweet about Leader Schumer, kind of comparing him, he said guts and courage. Schumer has guts and courage. It made me think of Guts and Glory with Patton, and he's always one for theatrics. But I think that is really trying to put even Leader Schumer in an even tougher spot when you have the President of the United States praising Chuck Schumer. Democrats are fairly listless, and you see what happened with the State of the Union with some of the responses and just kind of the actions that Democrats had. I think with Leader Schumer and the progressives in his party really kind of rebelling, with AOC, with Patty Murray, kind of already coming out and questioning him, it really puts him in a tough spot. And again, it feels good for Republicans to be able to.
And Patty Murray really isn't on the left side of. She's fairly centrist, and obviously the leadership of the Budget Committee and things like that. So to see those cracks in the wall is interesting, certainly.
Well, the Truth Social post you mentioned, Donald Trump talking about Chuck Schumer, is like, I mean, this is for the ages. Congratulations to Chuck Schumer for doing the right thing. You said it, Alex. Took guts and courage. The big tax cuts, LA fire fix, debt ceiling bill, so much more is coming. He goes on to write, again, really good and smart move by Senator Schumer. 24 hours ago, he called him a Palestinian from the Oval Office. Kevin, is this a new beginning or some kind of joke?
This is some kind of joke, I think. Okay. This is obviously not helpful, but to Alex's point, he's rubbing it in now that he has Chuck Schumer cornered publicly, saying that he will support the votes to get this to the floor tonight. And again, this is Trump being Trump in his most purest form, because again, he knows he has Schumer where he wants him, and now is playing with the leader and is in this difficult position, balancing actually funding the government with the progressive left that is very agitated and angry.
Alex, you don't mind watching Democrats in disarray right now, but what do you make of the anger at this point? Because we're at new levels, I think, in Washington, where people wonder if these two parties will be able to work together on anything. They're not consulting each other on anything. We're getting in screaming matches on television. Interviews frequently result in nothing. It's not a very productive conversation right now. What do you do about it?
Well, I think one of the things that I've found really interesting is seeing the relationship between Hakeem Jeffries and Speaker Johnson. And I think we have to get to a place where there's some trust in leadership. And so maybe this is a new day for Senate Democrats and Chuck Schumer being brought back to the table. We saw it in the first administration where Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer in the Oval Office walk out with a win with President Trump. Not happening so much this time, it's on the flip side. But I think maybe building trust in these folks and having some trust in the relationships. Not that you're going to agree on everything, but again, I think the model for the country and for people in D.C. really should be that Hakeem Jeffries-Mike Johnson relationship where they have a mutual trust and respect of no surprises. I think that's been helpful.
Can that happen as long as Elon Musk is in Washington, Kevin?
I mean, it is, to Alex's point, it is happening on the House. I think that is a really good point that Alex makes. I mean, there was not that relationship with Leader Jeffries and Speaker McCarthy. I think Speaker Johnson coming in, they have done a good job. Again, in total disagreement on a lot of these issues, but the idea of don't surprise me and I won't surprise you, and realizing that they've got some radical folks on both caucuses, and let's let cooler heads prevail. I think that, again, and we saw that play out during the State of the Union, whatever you call that speech, where Hakeem Jeffries was not pleased with his caucus, with some of the members with the signage and things like that, wanted decorum and wanted respect in that chamber, and holding back some of the farther left folks in the party. I think, you're going to see that process play out. But again, with that Elon Musk backdrop, that is the question.
What do you think about this? Is Elon Musk good for Donald Trump in the end? Because that's all we tend to talk about here. And he's standing next to the Oval Office. He's in the driveway. He's got the kid running up to reporters. I mean, they're literally selling Teslas. It's become a huge turnoff. And I bring this up because you both specialize in communications. And there seems to be this idea that maybe if it weren't as gratuitous, that we'd be having a better conversation here, Alex.
So I think there's actually two different points there. So one is I think that with Elon Musk being involved, you have a little bit of the firepower. The anger is kind of blunted from Donald Trump. People aren't really considering Donald Trump as the boogeyman, but instead they're looking at Elon Musk as the boogeyman, and it gives the president a little bit of an out. He can let Elon go as he told him to. He wanted him to do more, and then he can pull him back on his leash a bit, like he also did after the last cabinet meeting. And so that gives kind of Donald Trump some cover. But also, I think that the left is very energized right now. But I think you look at Republican voters, and I think that you look at independent voters, a lot of the polling that has come out since the president has taken office is that people like a lot of what Elon is doing, what he's being charged with. Now, will that have an effect at some point if their cuts really start affecting people? But I think by and large, people want the government to be smaller, and they just, at least for right now, really like the direction that's heading. Again, and I think that if Elon flies too close to the sun, Donald Trump will have him removed and move him out of the position. But right now, it seems like there's some cohesion, even as some of the cabinet secretaries privately and in some reporting are signaling they're not really comfortable. But I think voters at the end of the day want government to be more efficient and be smaller. And at least Donald Trump is doing exactly what he told voters he was going to do.
Well, coexisting remains an issue here, getting along, having a productive conversation. And this is, again, why it's fascinating for me to get to know the two of you. You live together. You have a wonderful marriage, a D and an R. So what's the secret? I don't mean to be so trivial here, Kevin, but do you talk about politics at home? Do you guys, argue it out when you disagree on something, or do you have to draw a line? Is there a point where we have to move away from politics and deal with each other as human beings?
We do talk politics all the time at home, but back to the conversation about Hakeem and Speaker Johnson, it comes from a position of respect, right? So there's fundamental respect about his experiences. He was an RNC spokesman. He was the youngest ED of the state party in South Carolina. In terms of the campaign work that I've done, delivering marriage equality for Maryland. So there is a level of respect that comes with our experience and knowledge. An idea that we can play ideas off one another and convince, I've come a little bit his way on some things, and he's come a little bit my way on some things. There's a good amount of wine involved in most conversations.
Definitely bourbon.
And bourbon for Alex, so that's helpful too.
Maybe it's about avoiding the purity test.
Exactly right.
That's kind of what you're saying. This is great. Can we do this from time to time? I think
we
we've
would love
created
it.
a new franchise here. I like to think Alex Stroman and Kevin Walling. Let's hear about it. Say something on Twitter. We're going to post this video later on because I think we all have a lot to learn from these two gentlemen. I thank you both. Have a great weekend. Happy St. Patrick's Day. I'm Joe Matthew. This is Bloomberg.
It's 12:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We are looking at an up Friday here, wrapping up a losing week. The S&P 500 index up 97 right now, 56.19 where we stand on the S&P 500 index. A bounce in stocks, calming nerves among equity investors. The Dow up 559, up 1.4%. NASDAQ up 2.3%. And again, to keep it all in context, we've got the S&P up 1.8%. 10-year, 4.29%. The 2-year, 4.00%. Spot gold is trading lower. Little changed on the day, down 35 cents now. Crude, West Texas Intermediate up 7 tenths. Bitcoin, major move there, surging by 5%, 84,294. Balance of power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
Hi, Charlie. Thank you so much, and thank you for being with us here on the Friday edition of Balance of Power. You made it to the threshold of the weekend, and we're glad you're with us on Bloomberg Radio, on the satellite channel 121, and on YouTube. Dial it up right now. You'll see David Gurus holding forth in Quebec for the G7. Straight ahead, search Bloomberg Business News Live. Happy Pi Day, if no one has said that to you yet today. You'll sound smart at the cocktail parties later. 314. Yes, it's the 14th of March, Mr. Gura, and it also means that the communique is out at the G7. This is why David is in Canada today. It also happens to coincide with the swearing in of a new prime minister. But David, thanks for coming on here. We've got a group of foreign ministers reaching consensus on the joint statement calling for more sanctions on Russia if it does not agree to a ceasefire. Speak to the significance of the moment.
So we go from an irrational number to some rational behavior from these top diplomats, Joe, and you're right. There was a lot of debate over whether or not we would get a communique agreed to by all of the foreign ministers who are here for this meeting. That was up in the air as of last night when I talked to Kaja Kallas, the EU's top diplomat. But in fact, they were able to come together, and I'll just highlight a couple of things here that showcase what that debate was about. So with Russia and Ukraine, which as you can imagine was front of mind for all of the participants here, there was an effort on the part of the Europeans to have this language about a security guarantee in that document. In fact, it's not in there. There is a note about security agreements. So there are members of those European delegations who are unhappy with the fact that they didn't get that language in there. Moving to the Middle East, that was also pretty hard fought by a lot of the folks who are here. For years now, the G7 has embraced this concept of there being a two-state solution in the Middle East, Joe. That language is also not in this document. There is talk about Palestinians and Israelis, but not that concrete step forward, that concrete policy step forward. So I think what's interesting is to think about this in the context of the long sweep of how these G7s work. Of course, there's a leaders' summit just a few months from now in Western Canada. They will be meeting using this document as a roadmap, and I should say it's a radically different roadmap in those ways than it has been in the past, Joe.
David Gura sets the baseline here at the G7. You mentioned your very smart interview with Kaja Kallas. It was part of the late edition of Balance of Power yesterday. David, she said that China was laughing at this whole conversation about tariffs and the trade wars erupting here with our neighbors in Canada, with the EU, for instance. And it's important timing that you find yourself in Canada, that this G7 is happening in Canada. As we understand now that Francois-Philippe Champagne will be named Canada's new finance minister, Mark Carney taking over here as the new prime minister. What will this mean for our relationship with Canada and this trade war? I think we can call it that now. I know Howard Lutnick calls it a drug war, but a trade war between our two nations.
So I should say that the transfer of power in Ottawa kind of moved forward the schedule for this meeting. The foreign minister for Canada had to get back to Ottawa for a cabinet meeting today, so kind of moved things up a bit. But it's interesting. It was a happy coincidence for me that you had the kind of confluence of these two major issues. The German foreign minister said it was a happy coincidence as well because European allies could come together in support of Canada. Look, this was the backdrop to this entire event. It wasn't a specific formal agenda item going into this event, but it was something that everyone was talking about on the sidelines. Why this is happening, what it means for this group of allies broadly, how they get out of this, and indeed just how much the geopolitical landscape has shifted here. I think that what we've seen here is more of the Europeans coalescing around each other, recognizing the fact that they have to emancipate themselves in a way from this broader alliance. They're beginning to think through what that means, and as you heard from Kaja Kallas yesterday in that conversation with me, a lot of that has to do with defense and defense funding, Europe playing a bigger role itself, European countries finding a way to do more themselves, and as she said, getting the private sector to do more as well. So I think not the start of that conversation, but we've seen it escalate to another level here over the course of these last 2 days, Joan.
You getting any side eye when you go out to a restaurant in Quebec as an American, David? Are they treating you well?
There is a lone protester here at the entrance to this wonderful hotel. Gilles, I spoke with him. He said, "Are you from New York?" I said, "Yes." And he said, "Strange things happening in the States." He's holding up a crude sign he's drawn with a picture of Donald Trump that says "traitor" beneath it. You know, I've seen Canadian flags on the back of pickup trucks, but no outward hostility toward me, Joe. I think people here broadly are just flummoxed by what's happening here, bordering on increasingly angry by what's going on, trying to figure out why this is happening and indeed what it's going to lead to.
Or they just know David Gura is a good guy. It's great to have you back, David. We'll see you a little bit later on. With us live from Quebec at the G7, the asset David Gura dispatched once again in a critical moment here in politics. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. Thanks for being with us here on the Friday edition of Balance of Power as we throw another log on the fire. We're 45 minutes into the hour here. We haven't even gotten to all the news of the day because at 3 p.m. Eastern time, Donald Trump is going to be speaking from the Department of Justice. This is slightly unusual. Remember when Barack Obama went down there to honor his attorney general? That's the only one that we have in sort of recent memory. But this is going to be a big speech outlining his vision for the DOJ. Kash Patel is going to be there. Pam Bondi's going to be there. And there's reporting that we could get some news on mass deportations. ABC, CBS, both reporting that the president expected today to invoke the Aliens Enemies Act. We've talked about this. This is the law that would allow the president to detain or deport the natives and citizens of a so-called enemy nation. This is a very different approach to immigration, but would allow the administration to carry out the mass deportations that have been promised. This act has not been used since World War II when it was used to detain Japanese Americans. And that's where we start our conversation with our signature panel. It's Friday, and they're with us. Jeannie Shanzano, Bloomberg Politics contributor, our Democratic analyst, political science professor at Iona University, and Rick Davis, Republican strategist partner at Stone Court Capital. I'm not sure what either of you expect, and that should be the case because the White House has really been keeping its cards close to the vest on this. Rick Davis, what does it mean when the president marches down to the Department of Justice to deliver a speech like this?
Yeah, I think this is a pretty historic moment. It's not typical, as you pointed out. Presidents make a trek down there. In fact, most presidents are trying to avoid the fact that they look like they have politicized the Department of Justice. And so they keep at arm's length distance. In this case, he owns it. Donald Trump owns the Justice Department lock, stock, and barrel. And not only do I think we will hear an articulation, maybe the first time as president, an articulation of his view of the Justice Department and the legal underpinnings of the presidency, which would be very interesting to hear him talk about. But you got to admit it's a victory lap for him. I mean, it was only a short period of time ago that he was under indictment by the Justice Department in 2 different cases. First president who is a convicted felon to walk through the front door of the Justice Department. I mean, there's just so much to unpack in this one event this afternoon at 3 o'clock that we could go on this show for hours talking about Donald Trump and his conflicted involvement in the Constitution and jurisprudence of America.
How does this hit you, Jeannie? The idea of Donald Trump at the Department of Justice, the lack of separation that has historically existed between the White House here in the DOJ, and the way this may be used to make some news, like, as mentioned, mass deportations. What are we in for at 3 o'clock?
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason this is rare. It's because for decades we have treasured the independence of the Department of Justice, and that's why visits like this are rare. One of the last ones that we saw was Barack Obama going down there to say farewell to his attorney general. And of course, Donald Trump, we suspect, is going down for very different reasons. And if you want to know what he's going to say, you can either listen to what they say he's going to talk about, which includes, to your point, immigration, fentanyl, restoring law and order, Or you can just look at Chapter 17 of Project 2025, where they lay out in detail what Donald Trump is going to say and do vis-a-vis the Department of Justice. And that chapter starts out by talking about how the department has lost its way and it has lost the trust because it has become an unaccountable bureaucratic class of radical left ideologues. And for that reason, they point to the Russian collusion, they point to Hunter Biden's laptop, and they say for that reason, the department is a threat to the republic and steps have to be taken to rein it in. And that is why Donald Trump is marching down there today. And then they go on to give you specifics about what the plan is to do. And of course, as we're living in Project 2025, you can bet that those are his aims and goals written out there. He was clear about them on the campaign trail.
He's going to be joined, as I mentioned, by the Attorney General, of course, Pam Bondi is the DOJ, but also the FBI Director, Kash Patel, Deputy FBI Director, Dan Bongino. You wonder how much show business we're going to have here, Rick. You described it as a victory lap. Are we going to see the J6 choir opening for this act while we're at it?
Yeah, you know, I wouldn't have thought about that, but it wouldn't surprise me if that happened. But I think this is more an articulation not of the restructuring the Justice Department, but I think the president's going to take time today to make his case for things like the Alien Sedition Act being employed. And by the way, I mean, this act is not just to suppress immigrants coming to the United States and using this sort of legal framework to do it, but it's also an act that has been used to limit speech. And as we have seen play out from the early stages of this administration, the Trump administration looking for ways to quell the arguments around his policies, and most notably by arresting the protester from Columbia University. It will be interesting to see if he starts to feint in that direction when talking about the legal underpinnings of his policies.
You know, we had a headline on that earlier, Jeannie. A second Columbia protester arrested by Homeland Security today, according to the New York Post. Will this be part of President Trump's presentation?
It very well could be. We don't know. I don't think it has been raised as something, and I don't know how much the president will stick to script because sometimes he goes off. But to your point, we saw the second arrest by ICE. This has had, raised an awful lot of discussions in the right and the left in terms of the impact on speech. Now, we should be clear, the first arrestee was a green card holder, not an American citizen. The second arrestee, I am not sure who that is, but there are vast concerns about the chill on the right to speak. But again, we have to be careful here because we don't know if the government has evidence of just speech or if these individuals have gone beyond that and in some way aided Hamas in some way. But the president could very well bring that up. And let's just be clear, all of this coming as the president has pardoned, he's going to talk about law and order, as he has pardoned people who were guilty of heinous crimes against police officers on January 6th, as he has had a purge of the Department of Justice and the FBI, as they have created lists of career law enforcement officials who they are angry with, who they say served to investigate the J6 issues, Donald Trump and his allies. So a lot of fear that this is all about revenge and retaliation, and they will use this cover to purge our Department of Justice, the FBI, and other places of people who are taking actions or speaking in ways they don't like. And by the same hold, they will dismiss charges against people like Mayor Eric Adams, who agrees to work with them. So that is the environment in which this very unusual visit to the DOJ is occurring today.
Yeah, we've got about a minute left, Rick. I'd like your take on this. Mahmoud Khalil was the first to be arrested. This is a man who completed work on his master's degree from Columbia, legal resident of the U.S., arrested and detained after his lawyer said his green card was revoked by the Trump administration, which, of course, has criticized this sort of targeted justice, the weaponization of the Justice Department. Is this any different?
Yeah, no, I mean, it's interesting to sort of compare what's been done in the past to what's currently going on. I mean, this isn't the first time that a green card holder has had his or her privileges revoked and deported because of their relationships with criminal gangs or terrorist organizations. So as Jeannie says, I mean, we don't know enough to be able to conclude one thing or another, but there's no question that what this demonstrates is Trump's willingness to push hard.
Yeah. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano stay with us for our second hour on Balance of Power. Our signature panel back together on this Friday, I'm glad to say. We'll invite our global television audience to the conversation, and Kaylee Lyons will be with us as well coming up at the top of the hour. Our conversation with Representative Nicole Malliotakis on Bloomberg.
This is Balance of Power with Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
And thanks for joining us to our global television and radio audience. This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lines in Washington as we count down to a midnight deadline. And news today that Chuck Schumer has pulled a 180 within 24 hours, now telling his Democratic members to vote for a stopgap solution to avoid a government shutdown. Kaylee, they are working against a midnight deadline.
Yeah, and there's no guarantee just because the Senate Minority Leader had a change of heart that the requisite Democratic votes will actually be there to get over the procedural hurdle.
Good job.
In the United States Senate.
Yes.
It's been a long week, clearly, and this week may not end very quickly if they can't come to a time agreement to make sure that this process is expedited so they can beat the clock striking midnight.
Still got some fairly loyal, seemingly Democratic members loyal to Chuck Schumer who are suggesting they might vote no on this package tonight. We have to get through a cloture vote that'll give us a sense of where we're going here. There could be a vote before midnight. We just don't know. And we're also watching for a speech from Donald Trump, set for about 2 hours from right now at the Department of Justice.
Yep, scheduled for 3 p.m. Eastern time. We don't know yet fully what it'll entail, although in the Oval Office yesterday, he did suggest that he'll be talking a lot about immigration. He said it could run the full gamut, though, so any number of subjects may be on the table.
A lot to talk about with Nicole Malliotakis, the representative from New York, will be with us in just a moment.
Yep, and we'll get a live check-in from Capitol Hill with Bloomberg Government's Jack Fitzpatrick. But we begin, as always, with a check on the markets from New York. Charlie Pellet has a look for us. Hey, Charlie.
Hi, thank you very much. What a week in Washington. What a week on Wall Street. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all advancing right now, very close to session highs. Green on the screen with the S&P advancing 108 now. That is an advance of 2%. The Dow pushing higher by 643 points, up 1.6%. The NASDAQ Composite Index up 420 right now. That is a gain of 2.4%. 10-year at 4.29%. The 2-year 4.00%. Spot gold is advancing by 52 cents. Little change right now on gold. $29.89 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.9%, 67.13. And Bitcoin up by 5.5%. Bitcoin now surging to 84,785. So stocks are rebounding after this week's sell-off. On the week, the S&P on track right now for a loss of about 2.5%. Big tech names, specifically Mag 7 stocks, all pushing higher. Among some of those names, NVIDIA up 4.7%, Tesla rebounding by 3.4%, Meta Platforms up 2.9%, Apple right now up by 1.7%. Again, recapping stocks higher, S&P up by 2%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. And Balance of Power continues right now. Back we go to Washington once again. Your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you very much. It's amazing what a difference a day can make, from stocks plunging into correction territory to now territory to 2% gains on the S&P 500 today, and a complete turnaround happening on Capitol Hill as well. At this time, 24 hours ago, we were talking about how we could be barreling toward a government shutdown after the Senate Minority Leader, Chuck Schumer, had signaled Democrats would not be providing the votes to get over a procedural hurdle in the Senate that would be required to keep the lights on. And then cue this on the Senate floor just last night.
For Donald Trump, a shutdown would be a gift. Right now, Donald Trump owns the chaos in the government. He owns the chaos in the stock market. He owns the damage happening to our economy. It is my job to make the best choice for the country, to minimize the harms to the American people. Therefore, I will vote to keep the government open and not shut it down.
Taking to the New York Times with an op-ed, as bad as passing the continuing resolution would be, Chuck Schumer writes, I believe a government shutdown is far worse. Let's bring you to Capitol Hill right now for the very latest. Jack Fitzpatrick, Bloomberg Government Congress reporter, is with us live on the Hill today. Jack, of course, specializes in appropriations and has been through a couple of shutdowns and a lot of threatened shutdowns. It looks like we may be averting one here, Jack. You can let us know if you see that the case. I know a lot of Democrats still plan to vote no, but the headline, Schumer caves. What changed?
The key thing that changed is that there wasn't the political willpower to adopt an alternative plan. There was a push by Democrats to say to Republican defense hawks and appropriations committee members, hey, why don't we get a real funding deal where we actually do the funding bills rather than continuing things essentially on autopilot for the rest of the fiscal year? They said, let's do a 1-month stopgap that gives us time to do a real deal. And they held out hope for a while that enough Republicans would sign on so that they could demand an amendment vote and try to get that enacted. It just didn't come together, and there were enough Republican lawmakers who stuck together. The Republican unity overpowered the Democratic unity, and the Democrats faced the choice of either shutting the government down or signing on to this stopgap measure. They're both bad choices for Democrats, but as you heard Schumer say, a shutdown gives more unilateral authority to Trump, and they didn't want to do that.
Well, Jack, it's interesting to hear the suggestion of Democratic unity because certainly a lot of Democratic displeasure has been expressed at Schumer's decision, including earlier today from the Speaker Emerita, Nancy Pelosi, who posted on X, "Let's be clear, neither is a good option," referring to the CRR shutdown for the American people, but this false choice that some are buying instead of fighting is unacceptable. She doesn't name Chuck Schumer, Jack, but I think the message is pretty clear considering she said she salutes Hakeem Jeffries for his opposition. What rifts has this opened up in the minority?
You know, I've asked Senate Democrats if Chuck Schumer's position as leader is in peril or anything that dramatic, and so far the answer seems to be no. He's the leader. This is a logical choice despite the heartburn over it. But yeah, when you hear from Nancy Pelosi that this was a false choice that they should never have gotten into, when you see Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez essentially leading a little campaign on X saying, call your senators, tell them to oppose this, it does reflect the difficulties ahead, not just on this decision, but the Democratic unity or lack thereof will be very critical when it comes to future funding negotiations, when it comes to probably the debt limit, which it does not seem likely the Republicans will be able to take care of without Democrats. So this is an early test to see how Democrats handle these big, high-stake fights. And it's safe to say there is displeasure among plenty of Democratic lawmakers with the tack that Schumer has taken here.
Yeah, it's interesting, Jack, to see the markets rallying and getting some credit for the fact that the government is not shutting down. It's just one less thing to worry about, I guess. I wonder if Chuck Schumer, though, would have brought himself to this point of making the statement on the floor, writing the op-ed, if he didn't know he had the votes. Does he have at least 7 Democrats with him?
It seems likely that he does, although the whip count has been very difficult, which is, again, reflective of how tense this has been. We know that John Fetterman is really the one swing state Democrat who has said, yes, I'm definitely voting in favor of this. A number of other swing state Democrats have said they're going to oppose it. It seems that the support, along with Schumer and Fetterman, could come from people who don't face too much political pressure. So if they themselves get blowback, it's okay because they think it's the best thing for the party. Jack Reed has not said specifically how he's going to vote, but he said yesterday he's getting close to a vote to end debate. So if you look at somebody like Jack Reed, who's from Rhode Island, he doesn't have a tough re-election campaign. Jeanne Shaheen, who is not seeking re-election, also at least defended Schumer's logic on that. I think you're probably going to see the votes come from people who feel that they individually do not face too much political pressure, because there is a lot of blowback from the Democratic base over this decision.
All right, Jack Fitzpatrick of Bloomberg Government reporting on Congress live from Capitol Hill. Thank you so much. Again, the deadline is midnight tonight, and we are expecting those first procedural votes in the Senate could begin later on this hour. We'll, of course, bring you the latest of what is happening on the floor. But, of course, one of the fundamental reasons, Joe, why Democrats had an issue with this particular piece of legislation is in part because it doesn't necessarily have language in it that ties the president in the Trump administration to spend the money as appropriated. That's one of the things that they were pushing for.
Yep, that's right. And there are a lot of questions about what happens from here. Let's say we avoid a shutdown.
Yeah.
To Jack's point, will there be any conversation or bipartisan approach to reconciliation, which really is a Republican matter? But when you deal with things like the debt ceiling and some very tricky issues, this is why the market is paying attention.
Yep, and certainly paying attention is a member of Congress herself. Congresswoman Nicole Malliotakis, the Republican from New York, is here with us now on Bloomberg TV and radio. Welcome back. back to balance of power, Congresswoman, I do wonder on the point that Democrats were making about whether or not the administration will actually find or consider itself tied to these figures in the continuing resolution. Is it your expectation that they will spend all of the money, get it where it needs to go as appropriated?
Well, I think it's, look, it gives them the flexibility that if they find savings, that in the future we could rescind some of the funding that will no longer be needed to save the taxpayers' money. The thing about this resolution is that it literally continues what was passed in December with some minor changes. And some of those minor changes, there are increases to defense. As you know, we need to build Navy ships. We need to build submarines. This is critical for our defense, particularly when Communist China is so far ahead of us. It also increases funding for our veterans, health programs, as well as increases military pay. And then it also does some more for border security, because that is a priority of this administration and all the Republicans in the House of Representatives. But it also increases the women and children nutritional food programs. Now, none of that is controversial. And so I feel like the Democrats actually created a political problem for themselves by coming out so strongly against what is a continuing resolution, more or less what they voted for in December. They all voted for it, but somehow they wanted to say that this was partisan, that this was political, and they angered their base now when they changed course and said that they are going to support it in the end because they don't want to shut down. This was so avoidable by the Democrats. They should have just supported it as they did in December, and the government stays open. Our military, our Border Patrol agents, our traffic controllers get paid, and the services that our American citizens rely on continues. And so that's kind of what I don't understand why they did this, but here we are. I'm happy that they had a change of course and decided to support this because the last thing we need right now is a government shutdown. We have so many other issues that we're working on, including the tax cuts that must be extended with some of the additional priorities of the president to reduce taxes for seniors and those who are working class, middle class families. And we have to avoid a debt default. We have that coming down the pike in the next couple of months. So we have a lot of things we need to work on, and we can't lose focus.
Well, so does this give you hope, Congresswoman, that you'll be able to work together on some of these issues, or are we just at a new level of dysfunction here, an impasse between the two parties? Republicans charge ahead on their own on reconciliation.
Yeah, well, and this was a perfect example because when it was voted for in December, it was bipartisan. We had the Republicans controlling the House, but you had the Democrats controlling the Senate, and you had Joe Biden in the White House. So this was a bipartisan resolution that we have now continued for a 6-month period. I think that, look, there's some opportunities, obviously, to work with the Democrats, but if they want to join us in actually right-sizing government, making it work for the people, they want to give money back to the taxpayers, if they want to reduce taxes for our seniors on Social Security, there's plenty of opportunities to work together. I just don't know that they will support anything that Republicans come up with simply because the Republicans came up with it. And so, maybe I'm a member of the Problem Solvers Caucus, and so I have hope that we can work in a bipartisan fashion. We've seen it happen in the past, and hopefully we'll see that come together. I think the more important thing with the reconciliation package is it can pass with just Republican votes. So I think the important thing is to figure out where we are as a conference and work with each other first and try to come up with something that we can pass, and then hope that the Democrats will join us because it's the right policy for this country, for the economy. Look, we cannot allow the tax cuts to expire. That's a $4.5 trillion increase. You'll see corporate rates go up, personal income rates go up, child tax credit will be cut in half, the standard deduction will be cut in half, the alternative minimum tax will return. That will be terrible for our economy. Whether you're a business or a family, it would be bad. And so, hopefully the Democrats will work with us to prevent that from happening.
Well, so Congresswoman, obviously you have a seat on the Ways and Means Committee. Can you shed some light as to what forward progress has been made on the actual crafting of the tax portion of the reconciliation bill? Is everything the president asked for right now at least included in the outline? Or are you having discussions around compromises?
Well, it's all on the table. We've been going through every single provision, both from the individual standpoint to the corporate to the green energy credits that Joe Biden had offered. We're going through it all, and we're getting consensus on where our members stand on these issues. We can't craft the tax bill yet because we don't have the budget resolution back from the Senate. So we really don't know what the top line will be. The House gave the Ways and Means Committee $4.5 trillion, which we can extend the existing tax cuts from 2017, and then we can incorporate some of the new provisions that the president wants when it comes to the seniors and tipped workers and overtime within those parameters, with parameters rather. Can't do it unlimited, but I think that we can come up with a very good product. And what we've been doing now is actually, crunching those numbers, seeing what parameters could potentially work, where we would get these offsets, the offsets for these provisions. And we're kind of going through that process now, so we know what's on the menu. And then when we get the top line from the Senate and that resolution passes both houses, then we can actually go and begin drafting the legislation with certainty on which provisions would be included and which wouldn't.
Congresswoman Malliotakis, we tend to talk about an important issue for you, which is border security, immigration. And we're going to be hearing from President Trump a bit later on today at the Department of Justice. There is reporting that he is expected to invoke the Alien Enemies Act, which is something he's talked about before, to cover this plan for mass deportations. This is something that's not been used since World War II. It's to detain and deport the natives and citizens of an enemy nation. If you support mass deportations, is this the way to go about doing it?
I think we need to focus on the people who are committing crimes in this country. I don't support just tossing people out of the country. We need to actually go after the people who are committing crimes, who are hurting others. We've seen a lot of this happening in New York City. New York City has been the poster child, sadly, for the gang members, the drug traffickers, and other criminals wreaking havoc. The president has done an amazing job focusing resources on getting thousands of criminals off the streets of New York and our country. They even deported a murderer the other day from the Dominican Republic who was wanted in his homeland. That is outrageous. And the fact that the Biden administration and the Democrats who represent New York City allowed that to even happen, that these people were not only being harbored here, they were given free luxury hotel rooms at the expense of we the people. That should have never happened. And I'm glad that President Trump is taking action. But we have to be cautious here. Immigration obviously is a very important issue. We need immigrants for our economy. We need to make sure we're doing this the right way. And we do need to give people an opportunity to become citizens if they follow the rules and our laws. My office, I'm very proud, by the way, in New York City, probably helped more people become U.S. citizens, people that were caught in the bureaucracy and the red tape. They came legally, they did everything right, and we helped them become United States citizens. And I'm very proud of that. I'm the daughter of immigrants myself. So we have to have a very clear line between people who are here doing the wrong thing, committing crimes, and taking advantage of America's generosity, and those who are here to contribute, work hard, and be productive members of our society.
Yeah, I appreciate that answer, Congresswoman. Nicole Malliotakis, Republican from New York's 11th District, back with us here on Bloomberg TV and radio. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington alongside Kaylee Lyons. We'll assemble our signature panel next. Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis are with us as we look ahead to a midnight funding deadline and apparently no government shutdown on the works. Minority Leader Chuck Schumer says he's on board and ready to vote yes. We'll have more ahead right here on Bloomberg.
It's 121 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long. Here at Bloomberg, we have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all pushing higher. The S&P on track for its best days since that post-election rally. S&P right now up 104, up by 1.9%, 56.25. Where we stand on the S&P. The Dow up 619 points right now, up by 1.5%. NASDAQ, meanwhile, surging 414 points for the NASDAQ Composite Index, up by 2.4%. On the week, right now, we are looking at a loss on the S&P of roughly 2.5%. 10-year, 4.29%, with the 2-year currently yielding 4.00%. Spot gold, little change now. Let's call it flat on the day, $29.89 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.1%, 67.15 a barrel. And Bitcoin now up by 5.4%, 84,637. Oil is advancing as the U.S. tightens sanctions against both Iran and Russia, countering some of the slump triggered by a downward demand forecast this week from the International Energy Agency. Among some of those oil names, ExxonMobil up 2.5%. We've got Chevron advancing now by just about 1.9%. Again, recapping, S&P up 104, up 1.9%. Balance of Power continues now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Haley Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you very much. Here in Washington, we are on watch this hour for a vote on the Senate floor, the first procedural vote that is needed in order to try to advance the legislation that could see the government stay open beyond midnight tonight, if all goes according to plan, although the plan has changed in the last 24 hours, at least for Democrats in the Senate minority. First, the Senate Minority Leader, Chuck Schumer, of course, said they would not be providing the votes necessary to get to 60 on the Senate floor. He then had a big about-face on the Senate floor last night, saying that while this CR is bad, a shutdown would be worse. And that is why Schumer has come out and said he will support the continuing resolution. The question is whether there are 6 other Democrats, if you include him, along with Senator John Fetterman of Pennsylvania, to go along with this, considering many other Democrats are angry about the U-turn, including progressive Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez of New York, who had this to say on CNN last night.
I think that what we need right now is a united Senate Democratic caucus that can stand up for this country and not vote for cloture and not vote for this bill. And I cannot urge enough how bad of an idea it is to empower and enable Donald Trump and Elon Musk in this moment. It is dangerous and it is reckless.
Whoa. On the other side of the argument, Chuck Schumer, again, in an op-ed in the New York Times, as bad as passing the continuing resolution would be, I believe government shutdown is far worse. And that's where we start with our signature panel this hour. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano are with us here on the Friday edition. Jeannie is our Democratic strategist, political science professor at Iona University. Rick is partner at Stone Court Capital and our Republican strategist. So where are we here, Jeannie? We keep having Republicans tell us that Democrats are in disarray. And obviously, Chuck Schumer is not going to have the full support of his membership in the Senate. Will we avoid a shutdown?
We still don't know. I think we likely will. I said yesterday this was a Hobson's choice. It is a horrible position for the Democrats to be in. I do think Chuck Schumer is making the right call here, but there is another problem, and that is that many, many Democrats do not think Chuck Schumer is the right leader for this moment. And I will just give you one example. A lot of young Democrats out there feel and have mocked widely his attempts to protest at the Treasury Department the other day. They feel strongly that the Democratic leadership has led them down, or let them down rather, and Chuck Schumer sort of epitomizes that. So while I do think the decision on this vote is correct, it is a bitter pill for him to swallow for Democrats, and I don't think they want Chuck Schumer leading them in the near future. And of course, not to forget, AOC is considering a primary challenge to Chuck Schumer in the coming years. And that is something she may very well do if she doesn't have her sights set on the White House.
So, Rick, how bad of a miscalculation was this here? Because would it feel as difficult optically for Chuck Schumer if he hadn't just before saying he would vote for the continuing resolution, go to the floor and say Republicans don't have the votes, the Democrats won't support it. Why do the first part if you were then going to flip in round two?
That's a really good question, Kaylee. It's unexplainable. Once this bill passed the House of Representatives, it was destined to pass the Senate. The House of Representatives went out of town, which meant that if they did not pass exactly this bill, then there was a government shutdown. Prima facie, right? House wasn't going to drop everything they were doing in their districts and return it back to vote on a new bill by the Senate. So there was really only one pathway here, and that was always to support this bill. It is not a substantially different bill than what had passed, earlier in the year and what had passed year, like at the end of last year. I mean, we keep kicking the can. Don't get me started about where the 12 appropriations bills for FY25, because, you'd have a different conversation about the lack of leadership in Congress. But the bottom line is, I don't think this is the right fight. AOC wants to pick a fight. What's her plan? Don't agree to any continuing resolution? She didn't put forth an idea that said, here's the only continuing resolution I'd be willing to support. Her party supported this last time. Her president signed this into law. So I don't know. I think this is much to do about nothing. I think this is AOC. She must have heard our program when I said last week that she's all but disappeared. Boom, right back into it. So I think this is just grandstanding.
Okay. Is it disingenuous? Here, Jeannie, what does it tell us about all of the fights that have yet to take place? We're just scratching the surface on a CR here. You've got Trump tax cuts, the debt limit, and a lot of other issues coming down the pipe on the Capitol Hill here. What does it mean for those?
Yeah, we've only just begun, Joe. That's what it means. And, to pour salt into the wound, Donald Trump took to Truth Social just a little bit ago to congratulate Chuck Schumer on doing the right thing. That's also bitter for Chuck Schumer. And, I don't think that, AOC, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, is being disingenuous. I think she is reflecting an enormous divide in the party. Much of that is, again, generational. Even though, Kaylee, you're right, we saw, and I was surprised, Nancy Pelosi come out and support that wing of the party in this approach. But to Rick's point, they have no plan. This is essentially the same bill they voted for, to the representative's point, in December when it was Joe Biden's bill. And so it's bitter to swallow, but Chuck Schumer is right on this. He just may not be the right person to lead this caucus forward.
Well, and Jeannie, I do wonder what opportunities there will be for real leadership of any kind of resistance after this. If the government's funded until September 30th and Republicans are planning on getting Trump's agenda through on party line budget reconciliation legislation, where do you resist next?
Well, this is the thing, Democrats have to realize their next big shot is the midterm. They really do need to hold their fire. And Chuck Schumer was trying to say this last night, which was essentially all of the negative coverage that Donald Trump is getting for the markets and everything else, Doge, Elon Musk. We should not step into this. And that is an old rule of politics. When your opposition is having a difficult time, don't make yourself the story, especially if there is no plan to get out of this. And how can Democrats fight about them shutting down the government when they're voting to shut down the government? Again, not a good option, but Democrats need to focus on the midterm election where they may well pick up seats, at least in the House, and take back that branch of government. If they shut down the government, who knows how much attention negative that would go their way, and that would be really difficult for them.
I mentioned earlier in our first hour, Rick, I saw a lot of signs coming into work this morning. There were protesters scattered around a number of agencies, including the Department of Justice. Signs said, fire Elon and sell your Tesla. There's a lot of outrage, and we've talked about this when it comes to town hall meetings, as some lawmakers are now hearing not even so much about what the Doge is doing, but how. This really boiled over, as you might have seen on social media, in a town hall session with North Carolina Republican Chuck Edwards. Let's give everyone a taste and have you respond.
I have supported, even as a state senator, the fact that we should abolish the U.S. Department of Education. The decisions need to be made. So first of all, there have been no cuts to the staff VA as of this point. And you certainly will have the right in the next election to cast your vote based off of what you hear coming from me now. Like him or not, Elon Musk has brought a lot of really smart people to Doge. I was proud to vote recently for the House budget resolution, which provides the framework and you wonder why folks don't want to do these town halls.
Rick Davis, this is bringing me back to Obamacare summer here. Things got so tough in the room, security had to escort the congressman out for his own safety. This is why many Republican lawmakers are being told not to hold town halls. What does it tell us about this moment in time?
Yeah, evidently Chuck didn't get the memo.
Yeah.
Look, I mean, it's stoking excitement, in voters, what's happening in Washington. And, there's a part of me as an organizer who thinks that's really good, right? People are engaged, they're coming to these town halls, they're making their voices known. That's what they're for. And we can learn a lot from what just played on the radio or TV just now. Especially with all the bleeping. You don't hear that on Bloomberg very often. So, look, I think that temperatures are running high in the country. It's a divided country. And even within the Republican Party, I think there's a lot of support for the reducing the size of government, but probably not how it's been done. And I'd argue that within the independent movement, there's probably a lot of, favoritism toward the idea that government's part of the problem, and Elon Musk and those guys are trying to do something about it. But there's probably unanimity, in the fact that the way they're doing it is not right. And so the process always matters in Washington. The outcomes sometimes rarely matter because there are so few of them. And I think this is a process problem that this administration has, and it goes beyond Doge. And I think, people are going to start talking about competency soon if this continues.
Jeannie, we have less than a minute left, but do you have a reaction to the expletive-laden town hall for Chuck Edwards?
I do. I think this is precisely what Chuck Schumer was trying to say, that Democrats should let Republicans feel this fire, because on the ground, it is visceral. That's why Republican leadership told Republicans not to go out and hold town halls. It's not a good position for Republicans to be in. Let them own it. That's what Democrats should do. Sit back and let them own it. And they keep stepping on this message, which is where Chuck Schumer messed up the other day. He should have just said this is going to go forward and let Republicans feel this heat.
All right, so there's irritation among Republicans, irritation among Democrats. Just another week in Washington. Jeannie Sheehan Zaino and Rick Davis, our signature political panel, thank you so much for joining us. They'll, of course, be back for more on the late edition of Balance of Power at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. But just ahead, we'll have Kay Bailey Hutchison, the former U.S. ambassador to NATO, join us this hour on Bloomberg TV and radio.
It's 1:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all pushing higher. A bounce in stocks, calming nerves among equity investors. The S&P right now advancing by 1.8%. We're holding close to session highs. A 99-point gain right now in the S&P at 56.21. We are on track for another losing week on the S&P. If we do see that, there will be 4 down weeks in a row. The Dow up 581, up 1.4%. NASDAQ, the composite index, up 379, up 2.2%. The NASDAQ 100 index up 2.1%. The Russell 2000 index, all part of a broad-based rally, up now by 2.2%. Light volume, though, with the 10-year, 4.29%. We've got gold at $29.88 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude oil up 0.8%, 67.11 on WTI. Brent crude up 0.9%, 70.52 barrel. Ancora Holdings Group has added to its holdings of United States Steel as the activist investor continues to push its case to replace the board and install a new CEO to lead a turnaround of the American steelmaker. Jim Chadwick, portfolio manager at Ancora, says its position in the Pittsburgh-based steelmaker is now worth more than $100 million. Chadwick, by the way, says he continues to buy as it becomes more likely that Nippon Steel's offer to buy U.S. Steel will fall through. Right now, U.S. Steel advancing by 2.75%. Nippon Steel up today by 1.2%. News about our economy. Consumer sentiment fell to a more than 2-year low. Long-term inflation expectations jumped by the most since 1993, illustrating growing apprehension about the economic impact from tariffs. Those numbers, according to the University of Michigan. Earnings news. Ulta Beauty shares, they're up now by 13%. Fourth quarter results topped Wall Street projections, and the chain's new CEO said the company has almost no exposure to the brewing trade war. Also after earnings, DocuSign surging now. We do have DocuSign up by 17%. The e-signature software companies reported fourth quarter results that beat expectations. It also gave a billings outlook that is seen as positive. M&A activity. Sources tell Bloomberg PepsiCo is in advanced talks to acquire Poppi. That is a healthier soda brand for over $1.5 billion. PepsiCo up by about 0.2%. Rival Coca-Cola down by 0.1%. Balance of power continues now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet with a look at the markets that are certainly having a better day today than yesterday, and we wonder how much of that is chalked up to the expectation that a government shutdown come midnight tonight is less likely than it may have been just about 24 hours ago, thanks to an about face from the Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer. I would remind everyone that we are expecting the Senate to begin votes this hour on the floor, which will include that key cloture vote, procedural motion that would essentially try to expedite the process ultimately in meeting the midnight deadline. But while we keep an eye on what's happening in domestic politics, we also spent a lot of time this week focusing on geopolitics, as there have been conversations happening between the U.S. and Ukraine and Russia, all in efforts toward possibly reaching a temporary truce deal, including, of course, the Truth Social post we got from President Trump earlier today. He described very good and productive discussions with President Vladimir Putin of Russia yesterday. We should note that's not direct discussions, Trump to Putin, but U.S. Envoy Steve Witkoff, of course, in Russia.
He did reach out to him, though, on social media, which was interesting, Kaylee. The president appealing to Vladimir Putin to spare the lives of thousands of Ukrainian troops he say are in a, quote, very bad and vulnerable position, unquote, saying that he strongly requested to President Putin that their lives be spared. An interesting moment here as we wait to hear something more concrete from Putin when it comes to a ceasefire or this 30-day truce. We've heard a lot of conditions suggested from Moscow that would be considered non-starters in Kyiv. This all happening, of course, as NATO's Secretary General visits Washington on the heels of President Zelensky's visit. Mark Rutte, right at this time yesterday, was with President Trump in the Oval Office following that meeting and their conversation about not just Ukraine, but America's commitment to NATO. He stopped by Bloomberg here for a conversation earlier today on Bloomberg surveillance. Let's listen.
He was absolutely clear. There was no room for doubt there. And he did, by the way, state the same when he was meeting with Macron, the French president, and with Starmer, the British prime minister, 2 weeks before. So I tell some of my European colleagues when they say, well, is the US still connected and committed to NATO? I tell them you might want to turn on your television and listen to the president when he says this. Because he was on the record, and again yesterday, stating this. So I have no doubt, and there is no reason to doubt that.
Did you see Elon Musk yesterday? Were there any individuals at this table that you had to convince for the reasons why the U.S. should be a part of the alliance?
Well, Elon was not there, but in the conversation there was nobody there doubting the need for alliance. But, of course, everybody very much pushing for more spending, and particularly on the European side, because we are lagging behind, but luckily we are now ramping up, and we're spending much more on the European side of NATO. Look what is happening now in Germany. This is staggering, potentially €500 billion dollars extra on defense spending. That's historic.
So the Germans have reached this morning reporting out of Germany on this debt package. As you say, it's going to be a lot more money coming out of Germany for defense.
It looks positive, I think. They had to deal with the Greens, but it seems that they're getting there.
Yeah, it seems like they're getting there, and there will be an agreement in place. There is a debate, though, when it comes to Europe, or whether or not Trump is helpful because of things like this. The Germans are finally starting to spend on things like defense, not having to outsource it to the United States. Or is Trump unhelpful because he really is shaking up the global order, not just when it comes to militarily, but also things like tariffs. Yesterday, 200% on European wine, champagne, and cheeses. How do you view his impact on the continent?
I think when it comes to defense spending, he is extremely helpful. And I told him yesterday, Trump 45, again, his first term. We had pledged in 2014 to go to the famous 2%. Nothing happened. He came in 16, 17. And then immediately you see the defense spending coming up. Now the aggregate amount is about 700 billion, going into 1 trillion extra. That was Trump 45. Now the second Trump presidency, he is only in his 50th days now, I think, or 51st day. We have seen 800 billion from the Europeans. We have seen this half-term package from the Germans, but also the Brits, the Swedes, the Czechs, the Belgians, so many others ramping up. And this is because they sense that with Trump in the White House, this is necessary, but also, of course, because we all realize in Europe and here in the US that Russia and China pose a threat, and that we have to rearm ourselves because they are doing this at an incredible pace.
But on trade, he definitely is ratcheting up the tension when it comes to trade policy, tariffs with the European Union. Does that send the wrong message to NATO adversaries?
Well, I would leave that to the EU and the US, but when I look at from an alliance point of perspective, I would argue that Europeans are buying 4 times more when it comes to defense industrial products here in the US than the US is spending in Europe.
NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte in conversation with our colleague Anne-Marie Hordern here in Washington, D.C. earlier today after meeting with President Trump, as Joe mentioned, in the Oval Office yesterday. All of this happening against the backdrop of ongoing conversations between the U.S. and Russia, and of course the U.S. and Ukraine as they make efforts toward reaching some kind of ceasefire agreement. And joining us now with more is a former ambassador to NATO herself, also former U.S. Senator from Texas, Kay Bailey Hutchison, with us on Bloomberg TV and radio. Ambassador, welcome back to Balance of Power. I'm sure you've been tracking the developments over the last few days, including the conversation that Secretary General Rutte had with President Trump in the Oval Office yesterday. Are you encouraged by what you're seeing? Do you think a truce agreement is imminent?
I do think we're now in that time when I believe it will come together. It's shocking that Putin would say, well, we're doing better, so we're not going to sign a ceasefire. So we're taking more territory. Well, you know, it's time for Putin to really come around and get serious about this. And I think that's what I was very pleased to hear Secretary General Rutte say, that everyone is together on this and we need to go forward together.
Well, Ambassador, we're hearing from Vladimir Putin and from Moscow conditions that are simply unacceptable to Ukraine, including freezing all of lines where they are in place now, essentially giving the Donbas, Crimea, and the rest formally to Russia. There's also news today in the Washington Post, multiple classified U.S. intelligence reports casting doubt on Putin's willingness to end the war against Ukraine. Can we take him seriously as an actor at the negotiating table?
I think we can take him seriously, and I think seriously means to understand that he has used terrorist tactics against the prisoners of war, shooting them in the heads, innocent civilians, bombing the infrastructure, and kidnapping thousands of children to indoctrinate them into the Russian language and families. So, well, yeah, we can take him seriously, but we're dealing with a despot. We're dealing with a person that we're going to have to play hardball with, along with Ukraine and all of our European allies. And absolutely, we should take him seriously, and we should start playing hardball with him, just as it has been very difficult for Ukraine to accept the predicament they're in, but they're coming to the table. It's time for Russia to get serious.
Well, one of the things that Russia has suggested is that they will not tolerate the presence of NATO troops in Ukraine, even if it's what's constituting a peacekeeping force. Ambassador, do you believe anything other than NATO-affiliated troops can actually keep a credible peace?
Well, I think NATO troops will be the ones, because we are the security alliance and the security-trained people. Maybe it's not under a NATO banner. Maybe it's on a different
but from NATO countries?
A coalition of the willing. But it will be the European troops. It's all in negotiation where we would be, if we would be helpful, but not on the ground. Or if, I think the proposition that we would do air cover as we did in Afghanistan, helping the Afghans as they were fighting for their country. We can provide air cover for Ukraine to stay peaceful. That's on the negotiating table. That hasn't been decided, but I think there are many configurations for peacekeepers, and it would be a coalition of the willing.
Donald Trump, as a candidate, said he would end this war on day one. Ambassador, he said that for more than a year on the campaign trail. That's clearly not the case. What is the realistic timeline for these negotiations to proceed?
Well, I think we're in the timeline where Russia's got to come to the table, and we're going to have to play hardball with Russia, just as hardball has been played with Ukraine. And I think U.S. and certainly our NATO allies are trying to be helpful, but I think that this is the time to call Putin's hand and say, okay, we have set this up. We are going to be a neutral player, but that means it takes two to tango.
Well, we've certainly heard it takes two to tango from President Trump in recent days, Ambassador. We've also heard him make some suggestions that have caused people to question the U.S. commitment to Article 5 of NATO. Suggestions, and this is a quote, "If you're not going to pay, we're not going to defend. If you're not going to pay your bills, we're not going to defend you." Are such suggestions detrimental to what the U.S. is trying to achieve in having credible negotiations with Russia?
Well, no, I don't think the NATO issue and our commitments at NATO are on the table for Russia, because they have nothing to do with NATO or with our commitments. I thought the meeting...
But if the president suggests the U.S. wouldn't come to the defense of a NATO country that may be closer to Russia that they could look at next after Ukraine, does that not encourage potentially bad behavior?
No, I don't think that was ever a serious suggestion that we would not abide by Article 5. Article 5 has only been invoked once in the history of the 75 years, and that was on the behalf of the United States after 9/11. So I believe that Article 5 is inviolate. Certainly the meeting today with Secretary Rutte and the previous ones with Secretary General Stoltenberg were very clear that Trump is not walking away from NATO. He knows that we are committed as an alliance. We have signed a treaty saying if any NATO country is invaded, that it would be a war that we would all fight together as they came together for the United States. Of course, Ukraine is not a NATO country, but I think that eventually we have to have the peace. We have to start helping Ukraine and ask I think part of the negotiations should be asking Russia to pay reparations for all the damage they've done to Ukraine. They should be the ones to rebuild it. But those are all negotiating events that must be addressed. And I think the NATO is solid. I think Secretary General Russo.
Ambassador, thank you. Kay Bailey Hutchison, former ambassador to NATO, former senator. We always wish we had more time. We'll meet you back here at 5 p.m. Eastern, the late edition of Balance of Power on Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors that bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek on Bloomberg Radio.
And a very good afternoon, everyone, live on Bloomberg TV, radio, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals. It is a Bloomberg Business Week. I'm Tim Stenivek, and Nora Melinda is in for Carol Masser this afternoon. Nora, good to have you with us. How are you?
Good to be here. Happy it's Friday. We've made it to the end of the week, almost.
Almost, yeah. We got 3 hours to go until we get to the end of our week. Hey, a bounce in stocks, seeming that investors are happy, maybe buying the dip this afternoon. Calming nerves among equity investors, the S&P 500 gaining 2% in its biggest gain seen since the presidential election. Despite this rebound, though, the S&P 500 still headed toward a fourth straight week of losses. And also, global equity funds saw their biggest redemption this year. More on the markets in just a minute.
Well, consumer sentiment is down, but inflation expectations are up. Michael McKee is here to talk on eco data and what it means ahead of next week's Fed meeting.
Well, speaking of the consumer, we got the CFO of Huntington Bancshares joining us with his take on the economy and the path of rates.
And the U.S. healthcare system spends as much on billing and claims processing as it does on treating cancer. The profit-enhancing middlemen and how they're fueling a medical billing arms race.
All that and more coming up over the next hour right here on Bloomberg Business Week. First up, though, check out the day's trade and top business stories. Here he is, Charlie Pellett.
Hi, thank you very much. And here's what's going on. We've got stocks higher across the board on this Friday. On track, however, for a losing week for the S&P 500 index. If we do see a down week at 4 o'clock Wall Street time, it will be the fourth decline in a row, the fourth weekly decline for the S&P 500 index. Right to your numbers, higher across the board right now with the S&P set for the best day since its post-election rally. S&P up 94, up 1.7%. The Dow up 531, up 1.3%. NASDAQ up 370. That is a gain right now of 2.1%. 10-year at 4.30% with spot gold down $2 the ounce. Little change there. $29.86 the ounce, down under 0.1%. West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.8%. $67.12 on WTI. Bitcoin, big move there, up 5.4%. 84,500 right now on Bitcoin. Earnings news. Ulta Beauty shares higher after fourth quarter results. Top Wall Street expectations. Ulta right now up by 13.7%. And DocuSign higher after earnings. Right now we have got DocuSign up 15.9% after the e-signature software company reported fourth quarter results that beat expectations. So again, recapping here, the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all rallying on this Friday. S&P right now up by 1.8%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellett. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks so much for that update, Charlie. We do appreciate it. Well, U.S. consumer sentiment fell to a more than two-year low, and long-term inflation expectations jumped by the most going back to 1993. It does illustrate the growing apprehension about the economic impact from tariffs. The preliminary March sentiment index dropping to 57.9. It's the lowest level going back to November of 2022 from 64 a month earlier. That's according to the University of Michigan data issued on Friday. That was 64.7. That figure weaker than all estimates in a Bloomberg survey of economists. From where we bring in Michael McKee, he's Bloomberg News international economics and policy correspondent. He joins us here in the Bloomberg Business Week studio. So, Michael McKee, consumers, it seems, are paying attention to what's coming out of Washington. I've often wondered if they follow all the stuff that we follow here in terms of tariffs, trade war, escalation. It seems like they're paying attention.
It is one of the interesting aspects of this whole thing because usually they don't pay attention to the details of anything and really don't pay a lot of attention to much besides the things that touch their lives on a regular basis, like gasoline prices or food prices. And while they're generally aware that something's happening in Washington, they don't focus on it. And in the past, we've seen government shutdowns don't move consumer confidence a whole lot, speaking of something that is going to be news for you later this afternoon. But in this case, the whole tariff thing has broken through. And it's broken through in a very big way because we've seen not just the sentiment numbers go down, but the inflation expectation numbers go way, way up in a way we haven't, 5 to 10 year inflation expectations at the 32-year high. And why all this is, I'm not really sure because this is one of those situations where you go to the gas station and you got to pay more money. It comes out of your wallet right now. But this is all theoretical down the road. But it has scared people. And now the question is, are they going to act on it? Or is there something going to happen that will reassure them? We're all kind of up in the air about that.
So how are we thinking about this with the Fed meeting next week? Is this some expected, was this data expected when we think about consumer sentiment here?
I don't think the magnitudes were expected. They had seen a rise in inflation expectations, and we'd seen that in break-evens in the market expectations as well, but nothing like we got today, where one-year inflation seen at 4.9%, and, you know, CPI, the headline CPI is 2.8% now, and then 5 and 10-year inflation 3.9%. That gets their attention. But because this is all theoretical and we haven't seen it yet translate into hard data, the Fed is going to sit back and watch what's going on. They're not going to rush into cutting interest rates or anything like that until they have proof that this is affecting the economy.
Well, okay, there was this interesting tidbit in the write-through of this on Bloomberg News that said, respondents said there was a 48.7% chance that the stock market will increase in the coming year. It's the lowest probability going back to May of 2023. How do expectations for direction of stocks play into what actually happens in the market?
Well, it's interesting because stock market does play a role in the Michigan numbers because they ask specifically about it, whereas the, say, Conference Board confidence numbers are much more based on the job market. But in the Michigan numbers, people are worried about the job market as well. The stock market probably had an effect, according to Joanne Shu, who's the director of surveys for the University of Michigan, because people see it. It's one of those things that is in their face, and it is actually happening. It may not be that they're financially affected so much. They think they might be, I suppose, but people don't pay as much unless you're in the markets. You don't pay as much of attention on a day-to-day basis.
But can't that turn into some sort of self-fulfilling prophecy when people are planning out future expenditures? So if they think to themselves, well, I don't feel as wealthy, so I'm not going to plan this summer trip. Maybe we'll drive somewhere closer instead.
Exactly. But this has also been for the last 10 days, maybe, that the markets have gone down like this. So it's a question of timing. And I mean, have you already started your planning? Are you going to give up on the idea? Or do you think, well, you know, the market's been up and down a lot, and we always hear this about buy the dip, et cetera, and maybe things will get better. This is just what we don't know at this point. We're still in that kind of air pocket where there are signs and portents that things could go wrong, but there's no guarantee that they will. So what do you do about it for right now? It probably does mean people cut back on spending a little bit. We get retail sales figures on Monday that will be interesting to look at, but does it mean they cut back to the point where we could see the economy start to really slow?
Well, we did have a story go out on the Bloomberg terminal today, and it said that the Fed is expected to cut twice this year. They're hoping that, or they're saying that the Fed will keep interest rates steady through the first half of the year before delivering 2 cuts beginning in September. That's according to multiple economists that have been surveyed here. What are your main takeaways for that when we think about projections and what you're keeping an eye on as we head into the Fed meeting next Wednesday?
Well, if that survey were a milk carton, it would probably have an expiration date on it because nobody knows what the Fed is going to do. And I've talked to a number of senior Fed policymakers from the Open Market Committee in recent days who all say, we don't know because we don't know what's going to happen. They're in the same position we all are with the tariffs and everything else. The Fed in December suggested that this year there would be 2 rate cuts. And of course, the markets have priced in 3 right now, but at one point we're pricing in 1 or none. And it just goes back and forth as people have to guess. And we go out and we survey these economists and say, well, what do you think? And their answer is, well, right now I'll go with 2 because that's kind of where we were. But you can't really make an empirical argument for 2 as compared to anything else at this point.
Hey, Mike, before we let you go, you mentioned this conversation out of Joanne Shu a little earlier at the University of Michigan. She directs this survey. You spoke to her this morning. Terminal subscribers can get that conversation. What were some main takeaways?
Basically, the disappointment or the decline in sentiment was widespread. It was across all income categories. It was across all political parties. There's been some thought that this survey is biased in the sense that the party that's out of power is much more depressed about the way things are going than the party that is in power. But even Republicans' views, expectations for what's going to happen to the economy declined precipitously. And so it tells her that there is something going on out there that we have to keep an eye on.
Michael McKee, a Bloomberg News international economics and policy correspondent. Have a great weekend, Mike. Good to see you. Hey, I do want to check in on what's going on with Apple because we got a redhead crossing the Bloomberg terminal. Apple's top executive overseeing its Siri virtual assistant told staff that delays to key features have been ugly and embarrassing, and a decision to publicly promote the technology before it was ready made matters worse. We're talking about Robbie Walker, who serves as senior director at Apple, delivering a stark comment during an all-hands meeting for the Siri division, saying that the team was facing a bad period. Walker also said it's unclear when the enhancements will actually launch. That's according to people with knowledge of the matter who asked not to be identified because the gathering was private. This story on the Bloomberg terminal by our own Mark Gurman, who oversees technology coverage around the world. Checking out shares of Apple, higher still by just about 0.8%, but they did give up some of those gains after that news came. Okay, so we did just hear about the economic outlook and what's happening in the economy from Mike McKee. What about when it comes to equities? U.S. stocks bouncing, and it's calming nerves among equity investors. Still, though, the fallout from Trump's political maneuvering continued to shake global markets and rattle U.S. consumers. Gina Martin-Adams is chief equity strategist for Bloomberg Intelligence. She joins us from New Jersey. Gina, it's been quite a week, and this is quite a day to cap off a week where we're still seeing the S&P 500 down by about 2.5% just this week. You've got a new note out today that says there could be some more downside ahead.
Yeah, the unfortunate reality of this week is we did find out that at least analysts have started capitulating on a very robust earnings outlook that they started the year with, but they may not have capitulated enough. Likewise, the S&P 500, even though it has repriced quite a bit, most of that has happened through a price alone. We have not seen as much earnings downdraft as you would anticipate considering the changing economic landscape. And so what we have is a situation where there's still a lot of downside risk to estimates as well as implied estimates for earnings growth.
Well, Gina, how are you thinking about small cap stocks more broadly during this time period of uncertainty? How are clients that you're speaking with, how are they thinking about what we should be doing in terms of small caps during the tariff headlines and such?
Yeah, it's just been such a rough point in time for small caps. And I think that did take a lot of investors off guard because the general logic behind a lot of market decisions is that the large caps will suffer more in an environment of tariffs, considering that they have so much more multinational exposure. They obviously are more globally integrated. But unfortunately, the reality is that small caps are also relatively globally oriented and quite sensitive to domestic economic conditions. So deteriorating sentiment, deteriorating outlook for earnings growth, some concerns about a stagflationary type of environment emerging, at least in the short run, on account of tariffs, definitely dampens the mood in small caps much more. It's very difficult to identify technical support levels in the small cap index as well. Momentum has just fallen off a cliff, but we've seen so much correction in small caps that the chart even looks relatively perilous at this time.
Gina, do you want to go back to the S&P 500 and large caps and mega caps? Are we starting to see, and you had a note about this earlier this week, are we starting to see more, not a value, but these large companies priced more according to historical standards, or are they still overvalued in your view?
Yeah, it's very difficult to find a ton of great value in the S&P 500. You do have to look outside of mega caps for the most part. Some of the selected tech stocks have certainly corrected materially and are trading at more normalized valuations. But the tech sector at large is still a standard deviation above long-term relative valuations to the S&P 500. So still some extreme premiums in the tech space at large. And a lot of that is just a pileup of expectations and concentration risk that occurred over the last 2 years that's now slowly being unwound. The most discounted groups in the index are actually the same as the most discounted groups in the index prior to the correction in stocks. So healthcare still screams as extremely discounted relative to the rest. As one example, financials were, prior to the meltdown, getting a little pricey, and they're now looking slightly less extreme in terms of valuation. So that's also been an area of movement. But otherwise, what we've seen is just sort of a downgrade in most expectations across the market, just not a huge downgrade with only a 10% correction.
Well, Gina, Of course, we're just kind of have a few companies that are still trickling through with earnings, but it's largely over earnings season, and we're going to be looking forward to the next earnings season. But what were your major takeaways from what we've seen from this earnings season, and how earnings estimates are shifting, if at all, for the S&P 500 this year?
Yeah, it's a great question because it does look like fourth quarter 2024 was some sort of near-term peak in cyclical earnings growth. What we're seeing so far is analysts are taking down earnings estimates for the first few quarters of this year. Indeed, we're publishing for Monday some of the statistics on just how robust the estimate revision was. But for the first 3 quarters of 2025, analysts did take down expectations. What's really interesting about that is even though they took down margin expectations, they're still expecting margins to reach new highs by the second half of the year. So a lot of this is about a reduction in what were far too optimistic expectations for growth. They're now right-sizing those. We still see some downward revision momentum there. But you've got sectors like consumer staples and materials, which are now expecting to post multi-year low levels of operating margins in the first quarter. So there are little pockets where analysts have fully rationalized the idea that we're going to have slower growth and likely pricing pressure emerge as a result of tariffs. But it's not en masse yet. It is still emerging in most of the rest of the sectors.
Well, Gina, how are some of those rate-sensitive sectors like real estate, how have they been holding up in terms of earnings?
Yeah, real estate is not one that hits our radar very often because it's so very small, but we have seen downward estimate revision across all sectors over the course of recent weeks, with the exception of financials. Financials is actually holding up relatively well when it comes to the earnings outlook, which is somewhat surprising considering how much yield curves have repriced. One of the other notes we wrote this week is how the 3-month 10-year yield curve is flirting with inversion again. Usually that's something of a trigger for financials, but financials are still holding relatively strong by comparison to the rest of the index.
Hey, Gina, before we let you go, just got to get your take on the big picture here. If we think specifically about the U.S., given the technicals and the fundamentals that you've been paying attention to, are you bullish or bearish on the U.S. market right now?
Yeah. Oh, that's such a loaded question, Tim. You've got to load me up with that.
I gave you a minute to answer.
You know, I think what we have in the U.S. is an unfortunate situation of just wait and see, because when we look at the landscape, we see this outlook for we're supposed to get major news on tariffs, but not until the 1st of April. If we do have this sort of environment of retaliation that emerges after we get new tariffs on the books, we're looking at later April before we can see any stability in the tariff landscape. That, I think, is very key to the U.S. equity market, is until we can find some stability, until we can find some source of certainty with respect to how the operating playbook is expected to look for U.S. companies, it's going to be a rocky road ahead.
All right. Well, appreciate you even answering my very loaded question. Gina Martin-Adams of Bloomberg Intelligence. She's Chief Equity Strategist, joining us from New Jersey this afternoon. Happy Friday, Gina. Hey, taking a look at how things are playing out in the equity market right now. We're off our best levels of the day, but still up 1.7% on the S&P 500, up more than 2% on the NASDAQ Composite. Coming up next, the CFO of Huntington Bancshares. That's next on Business Week.
It's 2:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We are on track for an up Friday here with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all gaining. However, it is going to be a losing week. Fourth losing week in a row on the S&P 500 index, down roughly 2.5% on the week. But here's where we stand today. We have got the Dow Jones Industrial Average higher by 536 now, up 1.3%. The S&P 500 index heading for its best day since the post-election rally. Right now, the S&P, while off session highs, still up 92. That is a gain of 1.7%. NASDAQ up 360. The NASDAQ Composite Index up 2.1%. The 10-year, 4.30%. Spot gold down $3 the ounce. Little change there, down 0.1%, $29.85 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude, $67.15 a barrel. WT up by just about 0.9%. Cannot ignore the move in Bitcoin today. Bitcoin surging by 4.9%, 84,288 on Bitcoin. An investigation is underway into that terrifying incident yesterday at Denver International. An American Airlines aircraft's engine caught fire at DIA, prompting an evacuation that included some passengers climbing onto a wing. As smoke engulfed the jet, the FAA said the Boeing 737-800 plane had diverted to Denver after reporting engine vibrations. It did land safely at 5:15 p.m. local time. Again, recapping, stocks higher, S&P right now up by 1.7%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks for that update, Charlie. Do appreciate it. Well, investors and CFOs, they've got a lot to think about right now. As we were just talking about with Michael McKee, U.S. consumer sentiment fell to a more than 2-year low, and long-term inflation expectations jumped by the most since 1993. It illustrates growing apprehension about the economic impact from tariffs. Then there's the rate path ahead of next week's Fed meeting. Rates and consumer health is very important to Zach Wasserman. He's the CFO of Huntington Bancshares. It's the holding company of the Consumer and Business Regional Bank, Huntington National Bank. It's got locations in a handful of states, including Ohio, Minnesota, Wisconsin, North and South Carolina, and more. Zach joins us from Columbus, Ohio. Also with us is Nina Tretman, senior editor at Bloomberg News. She's the author of the CFO Briefing newsletter. You got to sign up for it at bloomberg.com/CFO-briefing. Zach, Nina, welcome to Bloomberg Business Week. Zach, you've got this great read on the consumer, given what Huntington does for businesses and what Huntington does for consumers. Big picture, how would you characterize how consumers are doing right now, and how would you characterize the economy right now?
You know, consumers continue to perform pretty well in terms of spending, lending activity, credit performance generally looks pretty solid. You know, throughout the course of the last year, there's a bit of a tale of two cities with respect to the consumer. If you look at consumers typically above the median income, there's been a lot of strength, strong employment, good spending trends, great underlying activity. Consumers below the median income have been showing some signs of stresses. For Huntington, that's not really our business, but just characterizing kind of broadly what we're seeing in the industry, that is certainly the case. I think, fundamentally, employment remains relatively strong. And I think, notwithstanding elements that are going on now that could drive uncertainty, we're seeing fairly healthy trends in the consumer. Of course, that could change, and we're watching it very carefully. But as of right now, it looks really relatively good. In terms of the economy overall, I've been remarking to a number of people over the last couple of weeks that, if you were just to look at the results of our business and not read the headlines, you would say, gosh, the economy is performing exceptionally well. Our business continues to drive forward very, very powerfully into the first quarter. We're seeing terrific trends and underlying activity. Of course, there is a lot of headlines coming through, and that's causing uncertainty. And so we would potentially see some things coming through later in the year if this continues. But as of right now, remarkable resilience, actually.
To follow up on that, Zach, thanks for joining us. So you're basically saying sort of the headlines as you characterized it, that has not really fit into your business. Like, we are seeing surveys of businesses declining. We're seeing consumer inflation expectations really changing. So you're saying basically that is still not showing in your business?
Yeah, certainly there is the effect on the psyche the consumer, of the commercial customer, you can't ignore the headlines. The actual activity on the ground, though, is belying that. And we are seeing continued growth of, for example, in lending activity, continued deposit gathering, strong customer acquisition, and underlying behavioral trends look relatively normal for this time of the year. I think, you've got to look hard for signs that what's happening right now could well start to affect the real economy. And there are some harbingers of that, in our commercial segment where we interact with customers who might be involved with buying goods on a forward basis, where they could be exposed to uncertain pricing given tariffs in the future. We're seeing a little bit of halting activity there. Other places where there's commitments around capital expenditures in the second half of this year. Most of the first half is fairly well committed, but in the second half of the year, seeing some signs of decision-making slow down and other things that would what you'd expect to see if there was uncertainty in the environment. So you can see it if you look, but you've got to look hard. And I would say, broadly speaking, in the first quarter, certainly, and certainly the view we've got into the second quarter, looks like not much impact on the real economy yet.
There's, of course, a range of indicators that track the economy and then that we could be looking at in order to gauge where sentiment is, probably not stocks, given that they are currently a bit of a turbulent time. But what's the metric that you're looking at in order to really get a sense of where your business is? You mentioned deposit growth earlier. Is that the metric that you're looking at, or are there others where you'd say, that gives me a sense of where things are headed?
Yeah, I mean, they're of course not just one. There's a lot of them, but I think one we look at primarily is loan growth and the pipelines for future loan growth in terms of where we are kind of in later stage activity, pre-loan commitment, and those look quite strong. They've been growing significantly throughout the course of the last half of last year. Continue to sustain fairly strong, good visibility into continued loan growth into the second quarter at this point. We also look at customer acquisition trends and just underlying activity that would indicate just normal consideration behavior from customers, and that looks pretty good. Another thing that we watch very carefully, of course, is credit. And we're not seeing any indications of any move in delinquency rates or more early indicators of credit stresses. Quite the opposite, actually. We're seeing a lot of stability and strength. So those are some of the things we look at a lot. And again, as I said earlier, you're really not seeing anything on the real economy yet. I want to stress we're not Pollyanna here. And there are a lot of concerning uncertainties being put into the market, and those could accumulate into real effects later. We're just not seeing it yet.
Well, Zach, I know we have the Fed meeting coming up next Wednesday, and we have a market that's pricing in 2 rate cuts this year. I understand that Huntington has already reduced the interest it pays clients in response to lower interest rates. Do you agree with this projection of 2 rate cuts this year, and how far do you see stagflation risk?
It's a great question, and I will tell you, I'm not an economist, and we purposely don't make a specific prognostication about the interest rate environment. We rather plan for a range of potential interest rate environments, and we're trying to make sure we can execute our plan and support our customers under any of them. I will tell you, throughout the course of the last couple of years, we have continually been of the view that it felt like inflation was pretty sticky, and that would likely cause the Fed to go slower in actions than maybe the forward yield curve had implied at various points in the past, and that interest rates would likely stay higher for longer. And so we still see that is a probable outcome here. Inflation continues to be higher than the Fed target. There's a lot of reasons why they would be on pause for a while. With that being said, something like 2 cuts does not seem unlikely to us. And so that's sort of a reasonable default scenario to plan around. And for us, we can execute our plan if that happens or if there's no cuts.
Yeah, to follow up on one thing that we've talked about in the past, Zach, we've talked about potential deal making, the outlook for investments. Wondering, given that you're in the banking sector and the financial sector is one where we're expecting some regulatory changes from the Trump administration, do you think those will be positive for your business?
Look, I think we focus on what we can control, and what's happening in terms of that is certainly out of our control. I do think that more clarity around the rules for M&A review will cause more activity within the industry broadly. We've been pretty clear for Huntington that we're focused on organic growth. And so it's not something that would really have a significant bearing on our business, but certainly the expectation that there could be more consolidation at an industry level, which could be a return, frankly, just what we've seen for the last 20 years, is certainly likely.
We're trying to get an understanding from executives we speak to about how they're using AI in their businesses. I mean, so much of the discussion about AI is focused on companies that actually create the products and services or actually make the chips that power these things. How are you using AI right now, specifically when it comes to increasing deposits, for example, personalization? Take us through that.
It's tremendous, actually. There's a lot of energy around it. AI will touch virtually every area of the business over time, and it's already making significant impact. We use AI a lot in understanding customer behaviors and how we can better serve them with additional products and with when to reach out to them for products that could be beneficial to them. So there's a lot of focus around leveraging AI for that. The other side of the coin is really looking at fraud and potential risks within the system. And so AI is certainly helping us to look and find those kind of indicators that can make our own efforts more efficient to protect our customers.
Well, speaking of the protection, does it make it more complicated that you're in such a heavily regulated industry and you have to be careful about discrimination and internal biases that are created within these algorithms?
It's a very important area. It's probably the most important place we look before we ever institute any kind of machine learning or AI model is really what is the impact on the customer in terms of fairness, clarity, and adherence to compliance and regulatory rules. And so it's a huge focus. Suffice to say, though, we think we can solve those challenges and really create great tools that can live within the bounds of that. So it's got a ton of promise. The other big area that we're putting a major focus is our own internal efficiency and processes. How can we leverage this technology to make us more efficient as an organization, which ultimately gets fed back into customer value and savings to customers over time. So it's very promising.
Hey, Zach, in about 30 seconds or less, so your shares are down nearly 10% this year. How much are you all keeping an eye on share price, and how are you thinking about the forward outlook?
We try not to get too wrapped up on what's happening in the equity markets at any given time. The goal is long-term value creation. I will say it appears that there's, all the uncertainty in the world generally is coming through into equity markets, and you're seeing that. But frankly, the profit growth outlook for the industry and for Huntington in particular is very strong. So, for us, I think if we just keep our heads down and keep driving profitability higher, we're going to see the stock prices respond and see those go up higher over time as well. So. Trying to get too wrapped up in it.
Hey, Zach, thanks so much for joining us on Bloomberg Business Week this afternoon. Zach Wasserman, CFO at Huntington Bancshares. Also, a big thank you to Nina Trentman. She's senior editor at Bloomberg News. She's the author of the CFO Briefing newsletter. You can sign up for the CFO Briefing newsletter at bloomberg.com/CFO-briefing. Coming up next on Bloomberg Business Week, the so-called profit-enhancing middlemen who are fueling a medical billings arm race. It's today's Big Take. That's next.
It's 2:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We are on track for another losing week. It would be 4 in the row on the S&P 500 index. But right now, this Friday, stocks higher, very close to session highs. In fact, S&P right now up 107.5628, higher by 1.9%. Dow Industrials up 625, up now by 1.5%. The Nasdaq Composite Index up 413, up by 2.4%. The Russell 2000 Index of small cap shares up by 2.3%. The price of gold falling $4, little change, down 0.1%, $29.85. West Texas Intermediate crude up 1%, $67.22 a barrel on WTI. Ancora Holdings is adding to its holdings of United States Steel as the activist investor continues to push its case to replace the board and install a new CEO to lead a turnaround of the American steelmaker. Jim Chadwick, portfolio manager at Ancora, says its position in the Pittsburgh-based steelmaker, now worth more than $100 million. Chadwick says he continues to buy as it becomes more likely that Nippon Steel's offer to buy U.S. Steel will fall through. Right now, we have got shares of U.S. Steel up 2%, ADRs of Nippon Steel up by 1%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks for that update, Charlie. Do appreciate it. Well, Mehmet Oz, President Trump's nominee to lead Medicare and Medicaid, told senators today that he would focus on chronic disease and improving the efficiency of federal health programs. He also refused to commit to opposing cuts to the Medicaid program, despite prodding from Democratic senators.
Healthcare expenditures are growing 2 to 3% faster than our economy. Not sustainable. The Medicare Trust Fund will be insolvent within a decade. That's the 2.9% taken out of your paycheck. Medicaid is the #1 expense item in most states, consuming 30% of those state budgets, and that's crowding out essential services like schools and public safety that many of you spent your careers trying to develop.
That was Mehmet Oz, President Trump's nominee to lead Medicare and Medicaid. Republicans in Congress are eyeing cuts to federal spending on Medicaid to extend tax cuts passed during Trump's first term. Well, on healthcare costs, today's big take and one of the most read stories on the Bloomberg terminal looks at so-called profit-enhancing middlemen who are fueling a medical billing arms race. John Tozzi is Bloomberg News healthcare reporter. He joins us here in the Bloomberg Business Week studio. John, I was shocked to learn in your piece that the U.S. healthcare system spends as much on billing and claims processing together as it does on treating cancer. How is that? Why is that?
Yeah, so the estimate is about $200 billion a year that goes into these sort of administrative processes around billing, prior authorization, claims processing, and it's about what we spend on treating cancer, as you noted. And, you know, one of the reasons is U.S. healthcare is extremely complex, right? There are layers and layers and layers of administrative complexity. And what our story was trying to do is kind of get at the root of that. And, you know, it comes down to you have this sort of adversarial system between, you know, on one hand, suppliers of healthcare, doctors, hospitals, labs, et cetera. And on the other hand, the people who pay for it, insurance companies who are hired by employers and unions and other groups to provide coverage for their members. And each side is sort of trying to, you know, maximize their financial advantage in any given transaction, right? Insurers don't want to pay for inappropriate care. They don't want to pay for fraud. They don't want to pay for, you know, things that they shouldn't be paying for. So they have a whole set of systems and processes designed to kind of catch that and prevent it. Prior authorizations is one we've heard a lot about. On the other hand, providers want to get paid for the work that they do. So they want to make sure that they're, you know, billing, documenting, coding all the things that they have to do to kind of get paid. But
wait, and doctors want to treat their patients at the end. Like, that's the most fundamental and important thing here.
Yes, but also doctors are affected by incentives in the system. They get paid more for, you know, ordering more tests, doing more intensive procedures. So all those sorts of incentives are in tension, and you kind of wind up with a system where, you know, the two sides are, you know, constantly trying to, each side is like raising the bar for how they can kind of maximize their advantage. But the end result is like this total mess that patients are caught in the middle of.
Right. And in your story, you feature Julie Simons, who was diagnosed with advanced breast cancer, and her insurer initially declined to pay for treatment. How did that all end up mapping out according to this lawsuit that she filed?
Yeah, so Julie Simons is a patient in Wisconsin who was being treated for advanced breast cancer. She sought authorization for the radiation treatment her doctor recommended. She got a kind of confusing response. The insurance company, United Healthcare, initially declined to authorize it. The same day they issued a letter also approving it. So she got the treatment, and then months later, the company declined to pay for it. She filed a lawsuit. She was facing $100,000 in bills for the radiation treatment. She filed a lawsuit, and the insurance company eventually agreed to pay the claims.
And where does she work?
So she is actually an employee of another subsidiary of United Health Group, a company called Optum.
Okay.
So she filed a lawsuit against her employer, essentially.
Against a subsidiary, an affiliate of her employer, correct.
Which I think is a remarkable anecdote to find, given that she works literally for the same parent company that is determining whether or not she can get this coverage.
Yeah, that's
and she's
correct.
still having problems doing it.
That's correct. And I mean, to add another layer to it, Optum, the subsidiary of United Health, was actually contracted to do the billing and what's called revenue cycle management at the cancer center where she was treated. So the company is sort of involved in all sides on this transaction.
And what did the company end up doing and tell you about it?
So the company acknowledged that there was an administrative error here that caused some confusion, and they paid her claims in full, but after she filed a lawsuit.
Wow.
Hey, John, private equity has a portion of this. How do they come into play in this sort of, if I think about this, not like a supply chain, but like a sort of a big chain of different providers or different elements of the healthcare system? Where are they?
Yeah, so what you have, again, all these complex administrative processes, there are lots of opportunities for companies to say, we're going to help you optimize one part of this chain. We're going to help you, hospital, do your billing better. We're going to help you, insurer, police the payments that you made to make sure that they're not going to fraudulent claims, right? So there's technology and services that companies are trying to sell around, optimizing these things. There is a lot of private equity money going into these industries. It's seen as a growth area. We've seen a couple big deals just in the past year. And I think it's a sign of how much, activity there is in this kind of obscure corner of the marketplace.
Mm-hmm. And as you're doing reporting and you're speaking to sources, what is the sentiment right now, and how are healthcare execs really thinking about the industry and whether or not any changes need to be made, especially given the fact that we had the United Healthcare CEO shooting months ago?
Yeah, I mean, I think everyone in the business is thinking about these issues. I think, the companies, including United Health, have acknowledged that the system is not, we have a system that nobody would have designed this way, right? And I think they are, broadly, the industry is like thinking about how they can address it and kind of reduce abrasion for patients and consumers. But, the problem is we have, again, this adversarial system. It's not necessarily in anybody's financial interest to reduce the complexity, to reduce the conflict. So I don't know how it gets solved.
So let's end where we started, John, with the new administration. Dr. Oz doing Medicare, Medicaid, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. at HHS. Does this get addressed?
I mean, I think we'll have to wait and see. We heard from Oz this morning at the hearing. He was interested in, making healthcare operations more efficient, thinking about using AI. I think there are potential things that could be done in that area, but I think it's way too soon to tell how any policy changes are going to affect this problem.
Well, it's a great story. As I mentioned, it is today's Big Take. It means Bloomberg's editors have deemed it the story to read today. It is also one of the most read stories on the Bloomberg terminal. Check it out at bloomberg.com/Big Take. A big thank you to John Tozzi. He's Bloomberg News healthcare reporter. Hey, taking a look at markets as we are just over an hour from the close of U.S. equity trading. The S&P 500 up more than 1.9%. The NASDAQ Composite up 2.4%. The Dow up 1.5%. Coming up next on Bloomberg Business Week, we're going to go live to the G7 Foreign Ministers meeting in Charlevoix, Canada. David Gura is up next on Business Week.
You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
It is Bloomberg Business Week, and we got some news for our neighbors to the north of us. Mark Carney has been sworn in as Canada's 24th Prime Minister, bringing the former central banker to power in the middle of an explosive trade war with the U.S. The former governor of the Bank of Canada and the Bank of England, and we should also note the former chair of Bloomberg's board of directors, was officially installed as Canada's leader at a ceremony in Ottawa today, 5 days after the Liberal Party members voted overwhelmingly for him to replace Justin Trudeau as the head of the party. For more, we go to David Gura. He's Bloomberg News correspondent and host of the Big Take podcast. He's at the G7 Foreign Ministers meeting in Charlevoix, Canada. David, Justin Trudeau is out. Mark Carney is in. What is the opportunity in Ottawa to reset Canada's relationship with the U.S. and with President Trump?
Well, it could be a turning point, and I think that Mark Carney sees it as that. Of course, what we're going to have here is a very short tenure in all likelihood before there's an election called, a national election, and then that'll be fought out over the next few weeks and months. But look, we saw the acrimony firsthand between President Trump and Prime Minister Trudeau. Yes, after the election, shortly thereafter, Prime Minister Trudeau flew down to Mar-a-Lago in South Florida to meet with President Trump, but things devolved pretty quickly after that. So it's a moment of leadership change here in this country, a chance to focus anew on trade. And we've seen the Liberals certainly galvanize their support behind Mark Carney. And if you look at the polling between him and his presumptive conservative opponent, a much closer race than it was beforehand as we see the support there rise by the Liberal Party, Tim.
Hey, David, what's the vibe up there? Late last month, our Bloomberg News team wrote about the U.S.-grown produce wilting on the shelves, American dog food not being fed to dogs, and California wine not being ordered at restaurants. What's the sense that you have?
So let me just speak to sort of the macro sentiment first of all, and I think that there's been an evolution here from a kind of bewilderment or perhaps amusement at some of the remarks that President Trump made early in his tenure to real outright anger about what's been said and what's been threatened here on this country, and just kind of pulling things back to the summit that's been taking place here over these last few days. The folks who are participating, these top diplomats, yes, from Canada, but from Europe and Japan as well, are taking all of these threats very seriously. So any attempt at humor, so much as there was one, has really dissipated here, and it's caused for a real reconsideration of these kind of alliances that have been around for a long time. This, of course, is one of a handful of institutions, multilateral institutions, that brings these longstanding allies together, and these remarks, this kind of rhetoric threatens to scuttle all of that. So I think we're seeing in real terms a kind of reconfiguration of these global alliances. And again, just speaking to sort of folks here, I think there's a sense that these remarks are out of the blue. They're trying to figure out why they're happening. These threats are out of the blue. They're trying to figure out why they're happening, and they're trying to piece together, what the possible course is going forward here, Nora.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of alliances, is it the U.S. alone against everyone else? Are there any leaders that are in the U.S.'s corner? What has been the energy?
I asked Kaja Kallas, who's the EU's top diplomat, about this yesterday, sort of how does she get along with Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State? What's the quality of those conversations like? And she said that within the rooms over the course of these last couple of days, he seems to have been a very trustworthy broker. They've agreed on a lot of points. They had good conversations. She liked what he had to say in a lot of regards. That's something that we heard also echoed by the German foreign minister when she spoke today at a press conference, that it was good to spend time with Marco Rubio, that this group is a group of friends fundamentally, and friends can disagree, and the point of being friends is you can air grievances and disagree with one another and hear each other out. I think that the really open question here is sort of how much they trust what he's saying in a real policy perspective, meaning if he says something, how much can they trust that to be indicative or emblematic of what the president thinks or believes? And as we experienced during his first term, and as we've experienced over the first few weeks of this second term, that's a really open question. Cabinet officials can say one thing, what they believe the president believes, and then he can turn around and change things really quickly. But to your question about sort of U.S. versus the world or U.S. versus Europe, I think Europe is, as I said earlier, kind of taking this very seriously and rethinking the integrity of its alliance and the role that it's going to play in the world. And there's a very serious debate happening among European nations, just sort of about how much they can emancipate or kind of exclude themselves from that relationship with the U.S. and position themselves to deal with all manner of threats, including these economic ones and these social and political ones from the United States.
Well, speaking of that, David, let's end with Ukraine, because certainly I imagine it dominating the conversation. What was the conversation now that the U.S. has signaled such a shift in its support for Ukraine?
You know, I think that the other diplomats besides Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State here, wanted to hear what he had to say about the meetings that he held a few days ago in Saudi Arabia with Ukrainian leadership. So he provided an update on that. And then there was a kind of a signal moment during the course of this summit when the news broke that President Putin had responded to that deal, essentially, what was proposed to the Russians after that meeting with the Ukrainians. And the meeting stopped, as it was described to me. Everyone looked at their phones. They took a pause to kind of figure out what was going on. And then they turned to the Secretary of State, to Marco Rubio, and asked him to fill them in on what Steve Witkoff, the president's envoy, had heard while he was in Russia. So they were actively engaged with this peace process, this sort of 30-day ceasefire process that the U.S. is spearheading here. I think there's caution and trepidation about how that's likely to progress, but there is, and you see that in the communique that was issued today, widespread support for the effort that the U.S. is making. There's a kind of more muted response from the Europeans in particular about them not being actively involved in those negotiations, at least at this point. Just turning lastly to that communique once again, you know, something the Europeans really wanted were these security guarantees. Right. That was a phrase that they hoped to see in that communique. That's not going to be in their security arrangements is what's in that final document, but they feel like they still have some leverage here in the sense that expanding sanctions, expanding oil price caps is still part of the equation here for Europe.
David Gura, Bloomberg News correspondent and host of the Big Take podcast in Charlevoix, Canada. David, safe travels back here. Certainly appreciate you joining us this afternoon. That is going to do it for us on TV. If you're sticking with us on radio, we got a great program coming up. If you're watching on TV, The Close is up next.
CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Stacey Lynn in Washington, where the deadline to avoid a partial government shutdown is fast approaching. The Senate has until midnight to pass the GOP funding bill. At least 8 Democrats will have to vote yes, and CBS's Caitlin Huey-Burns reports that Minority Leader Chuck Schumer says he will.
The president is actually congratulating Chuck Schumer on opening the door to get this legislation passed, which, as you can imagine, is really rankling Democrats who are really divided right now.
But not all Dems are following Schumer. Virginia's Tim Kaine wants a shorter stopgap to allow for a budget deal to be reached.
Speaker Johnson is the speaker, but he's not the czar of the Senate.
Meanwhile, CBS News has obtained a memo to Congress from Washington, D.C. officials, which warns the CR would decimate critical services. A protest today outside the Department of Education headquarters. The crowd is rallying against the Trump administration's mass layoffs to the agency. Portia Allen Kyle is with the group Color of Change.
People want to see something different. They want a different type of government, a government that works for us, not a government that is, out to disrupt our entire system and structure and block opportunity for generations to come.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio says more student visas will be revoked in the coming days.
Every time we have a chance to revoke them, we will, because it's not in the national interest of the United States for them to be here.
He said the U.S. continues to hunt for people the administration believes should never have been allowed into the country on student visas.
When they said they were coming here to be students, they didn't say they were coming here to occupy university buildings and vandalize them and tear them apart.
CBS's Christopher Cruz reporting. President Trump will make a rare appearance shortly at the DOJ. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt on what he'll address.
His intention to restore those very basic American values to our country. And he will also be there with fentanyl families and angel moms who have lost their children at the hands of illegal migrant criminals.
And CBS News has learned that Attorney General Pam Bondi formed a Just Doge team inside the Department of Justice to identify cost-cutting measures. NASA and SpaceX will try again today to launch a crew and capsule to the International Space Station, which will allow for the return of Butch Wilmore and Sunita Williams. Space consultant Bill Harwood says once the crew gets there,
they have to show Crew 10, these freshly arriving crew members, the ins and outs of space station operation. They're going to spend 2 days doing that before they get in their own Crew Dragon and return to Earth.
After a rocky week on Wall Street, the markets have rebounded today. The Dow up 613 points. This is CBS News. Controversy over Disney's new version of Snow White. Here's correspondent Adriana Diaz.
Rachel Zegler, who plays Snow White, has been at the center of much of the backlash. Some fans railed against Disney for casting a Latina actor to play the character, terming the decision as woke. And after the election, Zegler issued an apology for making anti-Trump comments online. Also, her commentary on the original film, which she called dated, added to the fury.
Well, today is March 14th, or Pi Day, which celebrates the ratio of a circle's circumference to its diameter. The number, if you remember from math class,
3.14159, this is pi.
It goes on forever and ever. And because prices have been sky high forever, it's a good day to celebrate Pi Day with some actual pie, pizza pie. A bunch of chains like Papa John's, Marco's, and Cece's are all doing deals where you buy one pizza and get a second for only $3.14. Stacey Lynn, CBS News.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors that bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenovec on Bloomberg Radio.
It is Bloomberg Business Week live from the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. We're streaming on YouTube and on Bloomberg Originals. I'm Tim Stenovec. Carol Masser is off today. Here with me is a Bloomberg News Equities reporter, Nora Melinda. Nora, what a day for you to be joining us, given the rally that we're seeing.
What a week.
I know. We're still down 2.5% on the week.
Yes, but I'm seeing green across the board today.
All right, that's all that counts, I guess, if you're long this market, at least today. Hey, we're going to have more on the markets in just a minute. Still ahead over the next couple of hours. How Wall Street is going all in on a Trump-backed crypto comeback.
Interesting.
And Trump's tit for tat on tariffs, what it means for global markets. Finally, speaking of tariffs, we're going to get a view from the CEO of a spirits company that distributes a portfolio of domestically made bourbon, vodka, whiskey, and more. Nora, last time you were on with me, it was either January or December, but you were doing this thing where you weren't drinking.
I wasn't. I was doing 75 hard.
Okay.
So no drinking.
Yeah.
Gallon of water a day.
Okay.
Workout outside.
Okay.
Workout indoors.
In December, workout outside. Okay.
The whole 9 yards.
Now, are you gonna drink some of this alcohol?
I'm gonna try it.
Okay, good. You can do it for me. I appreciate that. All that and more coming up over the next 2 hours right here on Bloomberg Business Week. First up, though, a check on the day's trade and top business stories. Here he is, Charlie.
Hi, thank you very much. And here's what's going on. 53 minutes to go until that closing bell. Clang, clang, clangs on Wall Street with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ solidly in the green. By solidly, I mean a 2% advance right now on the S&P 500 index. However, for the week, looking like the fourth week of losses, down on the week by about 2.5%. But again, to underscore, the S&P right now up by 2%. The Dow up 634 on the Dow. That is a gain of 1.5%. NASDAQ right now up by 2.5%, higher by 424 points. Your 10-year 4.30% with a 2-year 4.01%. Gold now down $3 the ounce, $29.85. A drop of 0.1%. West Texas Intermediate crude up 1%, $67.25 a barrel. And Bitcoin now surging by 5.6%. Bitcoin closing in on $85,000 once again at $84,823. As for the economic backdrop, Veronica Clark is director of Citi Research at Citigroup Global Markets. She says she is not scaling back her growth forecast.
We're still tracking, benign growth for the first quarter, not quite as negative as that Atlanta Fed GDP now is tracking right now, of course, but something close to flat. And we think we'll see that in Q2 and Q3 also. This does look like an economy that was slowing even before we get into, new downside risks from tariffs or uncertainty, Doge cuts, lack of hiring. I think we'll see that weigh on the data as we're getting into the middle of the year.
Veronica Clark of Citigroup Global Markets. Earnings news, Ulta Beauty shares are surging right now, up 14.1%. Also after earnings, DocuSign up by 15.9%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thank you, Charlie. In 2022, a dispute between crypto billionaire and FTX founder Sam Bankman-Fried, alongside Terry Duffy, boss of the U.S.'s largest futures and options exchange, became the center of attention over skepticism surrounding digital assets. Now, just 3 years later, a future industry conference in Florida showed a shift in sentiment. Traditional finance execs are now embracing crypto and discussing business opportunities with industry firms. Catherine Doherty writes for Bloomberg about a great crypto comeback fueled by Trump. She's Bloomberg News finance reporter, and she joins us via Zoom. Catherine, take us back to Davos 2022, where Sam Bankman-Fried and Terry Duffy engaged in a heated exchange. Set the scene for us a little bit. What was Wall Street's perspective on crypto back then, and how do financial bigwigs view it now?
So this conference that I attended this week, the Davos of the derivatives market, it's actually called Boca. It's down in the Boca Raton Resort in Florida. And that noteworthy dispute in 2022 was at the time that Sam Bankman-Fried was coming onto the scene. He was very much rising, and all the finance executives that attend this conference were clamoring to get meetings with him. But there was also some skepticism around what he was building and the ideas that he was bringing to this old guard. And that CEO that you mentioned, Terry Duffy, who runs the largest derivatives exchange out of Chicago, he had a pretty public dispute with Sam during that year. And the noteworthy shift that I observed going into 2025 and looking ahead is how firms are once again embracing crypto players, the innovators, but in a very realistic way. There was not the tension that you observed or saw many of us that were at the conference all those years ago. And that's really due to two things. One, the Trump administration's embrace of crypto as an asset class, which means that these market makers, these exchanges they're paving the path forward of how do you embrace crypto in the US when there is clearer regulation. And it looks like we will be getting that. So that's number one. And number two, I think that you also saw a lot of talk around innovation and how to improve the efficiency of the plumbing of the market that's been around for years, but does need to evolve to keep up with the times.
Catherine, did you get the sense that these folks who you spoke to, they're true believers when it comes to cryptocurrency, or they're more on the side of, we see an opportunity right now in this environment that this product will make money for us?
That's a great question. I think that there is an acknowledgement that this is an asset class in the same way that equities, options, futures are all a legitimized asset class. And therefore, if there is a value chain that needs to move through some sort of pipes, and there needs to be a system in place for especially institutional investors that have been hesitant to jump into the crypto marketplace, that is where these players are saying, we want to play a role and we need to play a role, because otherwise these institutional investment firms that have remained on the sidelines, they won't be able to jump in a legitimate way.
In your story, you write about the guardrails that have already started to come down within this administration. The SEC closed its investigation into Robinhood. Their crypto operations, they won't pursue enforcement action. It also dropped its lawsuit accusing Coinbase of operating an illegal exchange. In the last month alone, you write, the SEC dismissed or paused at least 10 cases against crypto companies. It seems like in a situation such as this, it's all well and good until perhaps another downturn, if that comes, and consumers might be affected in a negative way and they might lose money.
That could come, but I think that the acknowledgement right now from these players that are trying to think about institutional investors is how do we develop the new guardrails, because there is an embrace for regulation for this asset class. How do we step up and be a part of that conversation? So I don't think that this is just, all of the former crackdown and legislation that we've been facing, or crypto companies specifically have been facing from the previous administration, because that's gone away. It's just a free-for-all. That's not the case. There will be rules and regulation, but the question is, what does that actually look like? And I think that everyone is acknowledging that there needs to be protection in place so that there aren't big blowups and that investors aren't getting harmed like they had with, for example, FTX's downfall.
Okay, well, speaking of FTX, I'm totally going off script here, but I'm just curious about your thoughts. We did see, I think it was Sam Bankman-Fried on Tucker Carlson's show, maybe at some point over the last 10 days. It got me thinking about if people are starting to talk about whether or not he could be pardoned by the president. Is that coming up at all in your reporting? That
it's funny.
Yeah.
I mean, Sam definitely comes up in conversations, especially down in Florida, but the conversations are all in the past. It's all reflecting on what happened then, and the enthusiasm and the excitement around him as a character, and it really wasn't even around the ideas as much as it was just of this person who many thought was going to be the new Zuckerberg, and they wanted to be a part of that. So I don't think that he did not come up in the conversations about the future of this, of how crypto gets embraced by institutional financial players in any way. But I do think that that's an interesting take, Tim. And I also saw that video, and it sparked some questions in my mind.
Yeah, there was a New York Times story, I think it was about a week ago, that talked about how Bankman-Fried is ramping up this effort to get a pardon, but there's no indication at this point, at least according to the reporting from the Times, that they've made any headway. So yeah, we'll have to keep our eye on that one. Kat, when it comes to sort of the next opportunity, based on your conversations with these folks, how do they see this asset class opening up to even more people? Because that's something that we talk a lot about on Bloomberg Crypto, the idea that as it does become more of a mainstream asset class, as more institutional players do get involved, the opportunity just gets bigger and bigger.
That's right. I think that the main conversation right now is that the opportunity exists overseas. So what the expectation is that when there is regulation in the US, and that you can start bringing that activity to the States rather than overseas, that's going to open up a whole nother pocket of investors that weren't previously able to participate in the market when it was outside of U.S. jurisdiction. So that is a big question mark in terms of when that happens, how it happens. And that's why the legislators and everyone in Washington and the two regulatory bodies, the SEC and the CFTC, are all really focused on this asset class specifically. It's been one of the main topics of conversation, and you saw just a week ago the Trump administration bring key players in the crypto industry to talk about the future, and in talking about the crypto reserve, he legitimized it as an asset class, and gave that value, which really sets the seed to grow the asset class further.
Hey, Catherine, keeping on that same train of thought, when we think about President Donald Trump, how has he changed the landscape at all for the crypto industry? And has that always been his stance on the securities?
I think that, as mentioned earlier, the crackdown, all of the fines and the suits that were brought forth towards crypto companies, a lot of these innovators, trading firms, the fact that those have been dropped, it really opens up the gate in a new way. And the Trump administration was very clear, even leading up to Inauguration Day, that was going to be a main priority for them. And I think that was a big key to turning the page and thinking about not where we've come from, but where we're headed.
Catherine Doherty, Check out her story. She writes for Bloomberg about the great crypto comeback fueled by Trump. She's Bloomberg News finance reporter. Catherine, thanks so much for joining us on this Friday. Really do appreciate it. Hey, taking a look at the market, we are, well, pretty much at our best levels. The S&P 500 is up 2%. The NASDAQ Composite up 2.5%. We're still down significantly on the week. Up next, we're talking to Jason Britton over at Reflection Asset Management.
It's 3:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. 39 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ very much in the green, holding on to gains right to the numbers here with the S&P 500 index up 109 now at 5630 on the S&P. That is a gain of 2%. We've got the Dow up 637, up 1.6%. The NASDAQ Composite Index up 421, up 2.4%. And the Russell 2000 Index of small cap shares is gaining now by 2.4%. A bounce in stocks is calming nerves among equity investors. The 10-year, 4.31%, with the 2-year right now, 4.02%. Gold, lower a little change, down 0.2%, $29.83 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude now up 1%, $67.22 a barrel. As for investors, Kathy Entwistle is Director of Family Wealth at Morgan Stanley, and she was a guest on Bloomberg's surveillance.
Clients are definitely more worried, this year, especially in the last couple of weeks. I've gotten a lot of phone calls. We've had a lot of conversations. And we are just, for my clients personally, we're walking them through the process and the markets and reminding them of all the times we've had these kind of downturns and that they're very normal. It's very normal to have a 10%, drop in the market every 12 months.
Kathy Entwistle of Morgan Stanley. Apple's top executive overseeing its Siri virtual assistant has told staff that delays to key features have been, quote, ugly and embarrassing, and a decision to publicly promote the technology before it was ready made matters worse. Apple today up by 1.6%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks so much for that update, Charlie. Do appreciate it. Well, I do want to know we are awaiting the president to deliver remarks to the Department of Justice. He was set to do that at 3 o'clock. His motorcade has left the White House on its way to the DOJ. We'll bring you those comments when we do get them. First, though, let's talk tariffs, because senior members of the European Union's executive arm in the U.S. and U.S. officials, rather, spoke on Friday to explore ways to move forward after President Trump's metals tariffs prompted a trade war. This call came after Trump imposed 25% tariffs on steel and aluminum imports in a massive escalation of the trade war between the longstanding allies. That decision was shortly followed by the announcement of the European Commission for additional tariffs targeting as much as 26 billion euros worth of U.S. products. For more, we bring in Jason Britton. He's founder and CIO at Reflection Asset Management. He joins us from Charleston, South Carolina. Jason, in your view, and we know what the uncertainty around tariffs has done to the markets this week, but in your view, are tariffs an effective way to accomplish the president's goals? I'm having trouble hearing Jason Britton. We're going to work on Jason Britton's audio.
Are we good now?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Hey, Jason.
Perfect.
Are the tariffs an effective way to accomplish the president's goals?
So I don't believe they are. I think that what they're going to do is they're going to directly raise consumer prices, and they're going to continue to give the markets heartburn and not have anybody have any idea which way to be able to place bets. It just is creating uncertainty that I don't think that the global economy needs right now.
Jason, I'm looking at a market that seems that it wants to move higher, but the news flow keeps overwhelming the market. We had the NASDAQ 100 hitting correction territory, S&P 500 doing the same. How are you advising clients during this uncertain time period?
So I think it really is a reflection of the client's individual risk tolerance. I mean, for some folks who are towards the latter half of their career and they're actually, potentially moving towards fixed income and they're not in the accumulation phase of wealth, it can be really unsettling, especially when you're seeing the whipsaw movements in the market. We did see today, however, some technical support for the S&P at around the 5,500 mark, and we've seen it push higher, almost up to full 2% today. The reality is that given the fact that the White House is willing to saber rattle around tariffs, and I mean, I had a personal moment last night when I thought Dom Perignon was all of a sudden going to be $400 or $500 a bottle with the 200% tariff, that we were going to lead into a really unpleasant summer season here. The reality is that I think that we have got to get this under control and have to come to the table and really look at this from a fairness perspective. Tariffs and retaliatory tariffs and the saber rattling isn't doing anybody any good. And I think you're right. I think the market is poised to move higher. I think fundamentals are strong. We had a great CPI print. I think that this market is ready to run, and it's just looking for a reason to do so, and we just need a little support from Washington.
Well, Jason, I've been talking to different sources. They've spoken about the fact that while corrections are unnerving in the current moment, it's not unusual. So how are you thinking about this, the corrections that we've been seeing? Is it something that maybe valuations were too high and we're just due for a pullback a little bit?
So I think there's a fair amount of profit taking. I also think there's a fair amount of some of the shorts and the hedgies that got squeezed and who are now covering what were bad bets before, especially on Tesla. I mean, the reality is the market is a living thing and it will ebb and flow, and people are buying and selling for various reasons. I think generally speaking, the vector of the market is up. I think that there's been strong corporate earnings. I think that we're going to see great things out of American companies. I think that this right now gamesmanship, for lack of a better term, between our neighbors to the north and the south with some of the most globally intertwined and complex supply chains that exist anywhere in the world, we're just doing ourselves a disservice. And I think we're pounding the drum for the wrong reason.
How are you thinking about small caps right now?
So small caps are the canary in the coal mine, right? As soon as they bounce back, it usually is a buying indicator that shows you that the large cap part of the market is going to go. It's something that we keep an eye on. Right now, there are small pockets of promise, but generally speaking, this particular week and even in some of the trading days last week, it was baby out with the bathwater. So it's really going to be a stock picker's market here on a go-forward basis. Find good companies with strong balance sheets, with products that you can believe in. Think about companies that are sort of domestically focused, right? Utilities, healthcare, companies that have really strong positions and really strong domestic supply chains are going to be able to weather a lot of this nonsense. And in fact, some of them I think are going to be able to take advantage of some opportunities to price increase under the shadow of, well, everyone else is doing it.
Well, just to echo what we said a little bit ago, we are currently waiting to hear from President Trump here shortly. How do you think Trump is thinking about the market? Do you think that he's even keeping an eye on it at all?
So at the risk of exposing myself and painting a target on my back, I would go so far as to say that I believe that the president has a lot of folks who are keeping a deep eye on the markets. I don't know if they're doing it for the same reasons the rest of us are. I think that they think that they're playing three-dimensional chess. I'm not entirely sure that they're not the only ones that think that. The reality is that the CPI print was fine. Inflation is cooling. The Fed now has reason to continue its easing, where the market is pricing in something between 70 and 75 basis points by the end of 2025. That's going to be good for consumers. It'll be interesting to see if Speaker Johnson and then whatever happens with Senator Schumer and whether they can come to an agreement on the continuing resolution, funding the government and extending the Trump tax cuts. I think that will be good for American business. But I think most of this nonsense out there is just noise.
Mm-hmm. Jason, how are you thinking about sectors that are exposed to government spending? I'm always keeping an eye on defense stocks. And of course, we know that we have U.S. defense stocks that are pulling back a little bit in comparison to their European counterparts. How are you thinking about the Department of Government Efficiency and what that means for investing in U.S. defense equities?
So great question, Nora. I think that if you're thinking about defensive stocks, particularly those that are what I would call multi-conglomerate defensive, so they're not just making guns and bombs, but radar parts and various other things that also keep the civilian economy moving. They're going to lag their European counterparts because of the pressure the European counterparts are feeling right now as it relates to NATO and that really big push from the president for them to kind of quote unquote pay their own way as it relates to their GDP spending on defense as a percentage of their overall budget. That's part of the NATO charter. We're kind of asking them to pay their own way, and I do see them looking towards being part of a solution and maybe to stepping up on the global stage. I still don't count out American defense, particularly Lockheed, Raytheon, General Dynamics, those kinds of companies tend to do extremely well in periods of volatility, especially in periods where there's the potential armament. Back to your question, though, around DOGE and the hatchet versus scalpel cutting of programs. For every positive thing that I can say about the defense sector, I have to say shed a tear and say something sad about the cutting of veterans benefits, the cutting of healthcare to seniors, and some of the other challenges that we're really just seeing out there with the firing and rehiring and firing and rehiring of the same set of government employees within the same 48-hour period.
Well, Jason,
how does it really looks? I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, well, I want to just get some questions in because we are expecting Trump in the coming minutes. How do you expect the DOGE cuts to hit the economy? And, you know, we haven't seen it yet reflected in the non-farm payrolls, but how do you expect it to be reflected there?
Well, so we know that there's a minimum of 75,000 federal employees that are going to show up in that next print on the non-farm payrolls. I think that it is going to continue to be an overhang as it relates to negative news. And right now, the market is overreacting to news, both positively and negatively. I think depending on the timing of that next ADP report or the report that comes out of the the Department of Labor, how and what that looks like in comparison to what the Fed does at the next meeting. If those two things come together and they're both negative, I think you could see a perfect storm and you could probably see another 5 to 7% to the downside. If those numbers are what we'll call offsetting, I think you'll see a moment's pause here where people will kind of take a breath at the 5,600 to 5,700 point spread range on the S&P 500. If both of those go the right direction and they're positive, I think you could see 6,000 or 6,100 certainly by the end of the summer.
Which one do you think is more likely to happen?
I think the reality is that it is going to be a Goldilocks environment. I think that you're going to see the Fed reaching for a reason to drop by 25 basis points. But I do think that there's bloodshed from the just carnage that was the layoff of the federal workforce. That's probably going to be closer to 100 or 125,000 person print. And that's going to concern me. The order of magnitude on that is going to, I think, send some shockwaves to the market.
Okay, so then what does the Fed do if that indeed happens?
So best case scenario is it's a measured pause with a change in the language. Worst case scenario is that they probably cut 25 basis points and then make it clear that there are no more cuts coming the rest of the year. And I think that will really upset the market.
What about next week? How are you looking at next week's meeting?
I don't know if there's based on the CPI print and some of the other things that are out there, I would expect them to be able to have the political cover to do a small reduction. I think the market right now, traders are pricing in like something like less than a 50% chance of a 25 basis point drop. It would be in line with the dot plot. Who knows? I mean, right now the president's going to go speak at the Department of Justice. That could be business as usual, or it could be something going into the weekend on a Friday afternoon, which is a fun part of the news cycle that none of us is going to see coming.
Well, U.S. consumer sentiment fell to more than a 2-year low, and then we have long-term inflation expectations that jumped the most since 1993. What do you think that consumers and just broader civilians really need to see in terms of changing sentiment?
So I think the consumers right now really are focused on being hypersensitive and hyper-reactive to the news. They don't know what to believe. They don't know where things are. We're 1 minute in the Oval Office having a shouting match with the president of Ukraine. We're the next minute brokering a peace deal and taking over 50% mineral rights. It really is a challenging environment for someone who's literally just trying to get up in the morning and get themselves and their kids off to school and to work and back again. It's a very challenging environment to sort of get any comfort with the general direction that things are heading. My belief is that by virtue, American consumers are optimists, right? Where 70% of the spending that is the GDP is the American consumer. I still think that there is hope and reason, but I think they're a little weary. They're a little, if you can believe it, just less than 3 months in, battle hardened from what's been going on in Washington.
Well, when we think about just the rally of the last couple years, we've really been seeing a lot of those Mag 7 stocks driving the majority of the broader market's gains. Do you still see them having more room to run? I mean, I know CapEx has really been a concern and a sticking point as people think about how much further tech stocks can really drive the rally forward.
So CapEx, you're absolutely right, has been a huge issue. And we just saw in the last round of earnings releases, many of the Mag 7 have doubled down on their expenditures around data centers and their chip orders and so on and so forth. So we're not really seeing a slowing down there. I think their exposure is to the downside as it relates to a news element where just like we had DeepSeek come out, right, in the earlier part of the year, and you saw however many, $800 billion worth of market valuation wiped away from NVIDIA, wiped away from Apple. Apple's had a particularly challenging time recently around Siri and the AI disappointments and some of the functionality. It's still a strong company. It still has a great balance sheet. The price gets any cheaper, they're going to accelerate their buybacks. So broadly, I'm bullish on tech. I still think the AI story has legs. I still think there's room to run. I still think we don't know the ultimate amount of efficiencies we're going to see from that. And I generally speaking think it is a very positive time for that particular subsector of the industry.
Yeah, it's interesting to hear you say that because we spoke to Zach Wasserman over at Huntington Bank Shares. And one thing that I'm trying to understand is just how we're going to see AI permeate other parts of the business world that are not tech related. So, NVIDIA has certainly been a beneficiary of what's happened with AI. The startups out of Silicon Valley, like OpenAI and Anthropic, among many other companies, the mega cap tech companies and the hyperscalers. But when, in your view, are we going to start seeing it hit companies like regional banks, for example, where they can really show efficiencies using this technology?
So that's a great question, Tim. And I look for not only that in the regional bank sector, but I also think that the insurance industry and the healthcare sectors will do very, very well on automating very routine tasks, on getting very good at analyzing samples and data, on actually bringing speed to market on some of the compounding and some of the pharmaceuticals and some of those kinds of things. So the proof is going to be in the pudding, and we really still are waiting. We are buying the hype right now.
Yeah.
But I do believe that every iteration of this, we're seeing a higher quality. You know, you've got Claude, you've
Jason,
got Gemini.
Really,
yes,
got it run. Really appreciate you joining us. Jason Britton, founder over at Reflection Asset Management. Let's go now to the Department of Justice, where President Trump is speaking.
We broke the all-time record. But as we begin a proud new chapter in the chronicles of American justice, this really is something. We're turning the page on 4 long years of corruption, weaponization, and surrender to violent criminals, and we're restoring fair, equal, and impartial justice under the constitutional rule of law. And you're the people that are doing it. I'm very, very proud of all of you. Under the Trump administration, the DOJ and the FBI will once again become the premier crime-fighting agencies on the face of the earth. People ask me, what am I going to do about law enforcement all the time? The fake news back there, they're asking me that all the time. What am I going to do? And when are you going to do it? And I answer them by saying I've already done most of it by appointing the people that I've appointed. They're sitting right here. They've done most of it. I don't do it, they do it. Right, Pam? I think, oh, you are so tough, they just don't know yet. Let me begin by congratulating the incredible people who will lead these historic reforms. And we start with somebody that you just saw, Pam Bondi. She's extraordinary, and I've known her very well for a long time. I watched her for a long time in Florida, for years in Florida, and highly experienced. She seems so young, but she's highly experienced, that I can tell you. She was a phenomenal attorney general in Florida, and she's going to do a really amazing job. Also, our new director of the FBI, Kash Patel. Kash, right. A man that I'm very proud of. I've known him and Emil for a long time under tremendous pressure. I saw these guys under some of the most corrupt judges. It's not even imaginable how corrupt they were. And these guys never wilted. They were not shy. They fought. They weren't afraid, and they were brilliant. Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche and Principal Associate Deputy Attorney Emil Beauvais. And thank you both very much. Right. Great people. They're great people. The Chief of Staff, who's so highly respected, Chad Mizell. Thank you, Chad. Chad? Thank you, Chad. Our next administrator of the DEA, Terry Cole. Terry? Thank you, Terry. Good luck. Gonna do great. Senior counsel to the Assistant Attorney General for Civil Rights. Boy, I've been watching him on television last couple of weeks. He is really a tough one, and he's a great one. Leo Terrell, you watch how good he's going to be. He's going to be so good. Thank you, Leo. Great guy. Assistant Attorney General of the Antitrust Division, who's got an incredible reputation. She'll do very, very well. Gail Slater. Thank you, Gail. Good luck. Great job. Now, we're joined by many, many great friends and terrific friends, and I won't be able to, too many to name, but some that I just see very quickly. General Flynn, thank you for being here. There's a man who went through hell, by the way, and he shouldn't have. He's a patriot. He went through hell. We're also pleased to be joined by Senator Chuck Grassley and House Majority Whip. Where's Chuck? Hi, Chuck. House Majority Whip Tom Emmer. Tom, great job you're doing. Representative Guy Reschenthaler, one of the toughest names to say, but I got it perfectly, I think. And State Attorney General Ken Paxton, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Somebody who was with us early on, and she's really become a big star and very popular, Brenna Bird. Thank you, Brenna. Thank you very much. Steve Marshall, Alan Wilson, James Othermeyer, Chris Carr, Dave Sunday, Marty Jackley, as well as White House Deputy Chief of Staff, Stephen Miller. What a man Stephen is. Become a big star. Right, Emil? Steve Miller. Steve has been something very special. For generations, the Federal Department of Justice was one of America's most revered institutions. The men and women of the DOJ brought down the mafia, hunted down the killers, kingpins, and spies, tracked down terrorists and traitors, and tore down corrupt political machines all across America. This department commanded the respect and admiration of the entire world. And with Pam and Cash and all of the people I introduced and far more, big numbers, and all of you sitting back there, I recognize so many of you. But with you leading the way, it'll soon be the most admired and most respected of all. You're going to be more respected, and I really believe that there's also a lot of things to solve, a lot of problems to solve. But that's going to put you in the upper tier and maybe the top tier, and I believe that's going to happen. I'm so proud of the people in this room. But first, we must be honest about the lies and abuses that have occurred within these walls. Unfortunately, in recent years, a corrupt group of hacks and radicals within the ranks of the American government obliterated the trust and goodwill built up over generations. They weaponized the vast powers of our intelligence and law enforcement agencies to try and thwart the will of the American people. You remember the 51 intelligence agents that said, as an example, that Hunter Biden's laptop from hell came from Russia, when they knew it came right from his bedroom. They knew that. It was a big lie, and they knew it so well. They spied on my campaign, launched one hoax and disinformation operation after another, broke the law on a colossal scale, persecuted my family, staff, and supporters, raided my home, Mar-a-Lago, and did everything within their power to prevent me from becoming the President of the United States. With the help of radicals like Mark Elias, Mark Pomerantz, and these are people that nobody's ever seen anything like it. So many others, but these are people that are bad people, really bad people. They tried to turn America into a corrupt, communist, and third world country. But in the end, the thugs failed and the truth won. Freedom won, justice won, democracy won, and above all, the American people won. There could be no more heinous betrayal of American values than to use the law to terrorize the innocent and reward the wicked. And that's what they were doing at a level that's never been seen before. And it's exactly what you saw with Joe Biden, Merrick Garland, and their cronies to do the building of the last 4 years. They ripped, what they've ripped down is incalculable. But what you're going to build up is likewise something that will be breaking all sorts of records. They set loose violent criminals while targeting patriotic parents at school board meetings. They dropped charges against Antifa and Hamas supporters while labeling traditional Catholics as domestic terrorists. The Catholics, we did very well with the Catholic vote, so I want to thank them for that. They really did, record numbers. I would say, what's with the Catholics? They're really after the Catholics, so I don't know. They were after a lot of people. Maybe they didn't even know why. They imported illegal alien murderers, drug dealers, and child predators from all over the world to come into our country while putting elderly Christians and pro-life activists on trial for singing hymns and for saying prayers. They went to jail for that. Our predecessors turned this Department of Justice into the Department of Injustice. But I stand before you today to declare that those days are over, and they are never going to come back. They're never coming back. So now, as the chief law enforcement officer in our country, I will insist upon and demand full and complete accountability for the wrongs and abuses that have occurred. The American people have given us a mandate like few people thought possible. We won every single swing state. We won the popular vote by millions and millions of people. We won districts, 2,750. Think of that, 2,750 districts compared to 505. So we won it at levels that have, I don't believe, ever seen before. That's the one where you see the map of the United States and it's all red. Red for Republican, not for communist. Red for Republican. They would like it to turn red for communist, but it didn't work out that way. The American people have given us a mandate and really just a far-reaching investigation is what they are demanding into the corruption of our system. And that's exactly, I'm sure, what Pam and Cash and everyone else mentioned here and not mentioned is going to be doing. We will expel the rogue actors and corrupt forces from our government. We will expose and very much expose their egregious crimes and severe misconduct, of which was levels you've never seen anything like it. It's going to be legendary. It's going to also be legendary for the people that are able to seek it out and bring justice. We will restore the scales of justice in America, and we will ensure that such abuses never happen again in our country. And that's why on day one I signed an executive order banning all government censorship and directing the removal of every bureaucrat who conspired to attack free speech and many other things and values in America. My administration stripped the security clearances of the disgraced intelligence agents who lied about Hunter Biden's laptop from hell. We revoked the clearances of deranged Jack Smith, Alvin Bragg, Letitia James, and the crooked law firms that aided their partisan persecutions. And I went through it. These are state and city courts, and the corruption is unbelievable. We also terminated the clearances of the Biden crime family and Joe Biden himself. He didn't deserve it. In fact, he was essentially found guilty, but they said he was incompetent, and therefore let's not find him guilty, I guess. Nobody knows what that ruling was, but I didn't want any part of it. I think I would have rather been found guilty than what they found with him. They said he didn't know what the hell he was doing, and therefore he's let him go. I said, you know, I'd rather be convicted, Pam. I think that was not good. I said, please convict me, don't say that. I pardoned hundreds of political prisoners who had been grossly mistreated. We removed the senior FBI officials who misdirected resources to send SWAT teams after grandmothers and J6 hostages. And it was a great honor for me to fire, I will tell you this, a great honor to fire James Comey. A great, great honor. That was nothing. There was no better day. A lot of people said, oh, that's too bad you did that. And they said that's going to be, and you know what? A year later, they said that actually saved the administration because the level of corrupt things that we learned after that turned out to be that they were doing, in fact, really bad things. He was a terrible person, did terrible things and persecuted people, and all in the guise of being an angel, but he wasn't an angel. We created a brand new DOJ task force and anti-Christian bias. And under Director Patel, we're getting the FBI agents out of the headquarters in Washington, D.C., and back on the streets in pursuit of dangerous criminals where they belong and where they want to be. And, you know, you have that big FBI building, and it's a very big building, and they were going to build an FBI headquarters 3 hours away in Maryland, a liberal state, but that has no bearing on what I'm about to say, but we're going to stop it. Not going to let that happen. We're going to build another big FBI building right where it is, which would have been the right place because the FBI and the DOJ have to be near each other. You can't that's one thing I did learn from this persecution. The FBI and the DOJ work together. Now, in my case, they work together for bad purposes, but they do. They were always together. So how can you have one that's 3 hours away? But one thing I said to Cash, well, we're going to get a great building built. It's going to be a magnificent building. He said, sir, we don't need that kind of room. I said, what do you mean? He said, I'm just going to take a old Department of Commerce building that's about 25% the size, and that's what I need. We're going to have the best staff that you've ever seen, and that's what I need. It's in a nice location, but I don't need that big building. Why don't you just sell the site to somebody, and we're going to be very happy. And they want to have far fewer people, but we also want to have them in D.C., and if for no other reason, we like having law enforcement walking the streets of our capital, because when the bad guys are out there and they see there's an FBI agent, that's the ultimate in law enforcement, and they're not going to be acting so bad. We're cleaning up our city. We're cleaning up this great capital, and we're not going to have crime, and we're not going to stand for crime, and we're going to take the graffiti down, and we're already taking the tents down, and we're working with the administration, and if the administration can't do the job, we're going to have to take it back and run it through the federal government. But we hope the administration is going to be able. So far, they've been doing very well. The mayor's been doing a good job. We said there are tents galore right opposite the State Department. They have to come down, and they took them down right away. And so far, so good. But we want to have a capital that can be the talk of the world. When Prime Minister Modi of India, when the President of France, and all of these people, the head of Prime Minister of United Kingdom, they all came to see me over the last week and a half. And when they come in, I had the route run. I didn't want to have them see tents. I didn't want to have them see graffiti. I didn't want to have them see broken barriers and potholes in the roads. And we had it looking beautiful. And we're going to do that for the city. And we're going to have a crime-free capital. When people come here, they're not going to be mugged or shot or raped. They're going to have a crime-free capital again. It's going to be cleaner and better and safer than it ever was, and it's not going to take us too long. There's a new phenomena that is taking place with these violent, vicious lawyers that we have all over. They play the ref. You know what playing the ref is? Like the great Bobby Knight basketball coach. He'd scream and scream at the ref. He'd scream. I watched it. By the way, I love Bobby Knight because he endorsed me, and having Bobby Knight's endorsement in Indiana was an extremely good thing. A friend of mine said I was running in Indiana at the time. This was early on, 2016, and I was doing great. But a friend came up and said, "Do you know Bobby Knight?" I said, "No, I don't, but I hear he was a tough cookie." He said, "He's not only tough, he was beyond tough, but he's the most popular guy you can imagine." It turned out he wanted to endorse me. He called me about 2 years before. He said, "Sir, I'd like to endorse you." I said, "Is this really Bobby Knight?" He said, "It's me." I could tell it was Bobby Knight. He had been known for throwing the chair across the court and slapping a player. Can't do things like that, right? And the man that came in fired him. He was a new administrator for the college. That guy didn't last very long. They were like 14-0, and they fired Coach Knight. That was not good, but he had a little chip in his shoulder. But he loved Trump, and he came in and he said, "I'd love to endorse you." He said, "If you ever run, please call me." So he said, "You know Bobby Knight?" I said, "Well, I don't know, but he called me a couple of years ago." It was an amazing phenomenon. I took his number, and on each side of my desk in New York, I had stacks of paper, like nice and neat, but about 2 feet high each. And I said, I wrote his number down and I put it here 2 years ago. And I said, let me see if I can find it. It was almost like a miracle. I had other miracles that happened too. My ear is still throbbing. That was a miracle. That was a miracle also, wasn't it? That was a miracle also. Thank you. Thank you, Leo. Thank you. Thank you, my man. That was a miracle. Anyway, okay, that's very nice. Thank you. But so he said, Bobby Knight. So I said, I put his name down and I wrote it down. It's in one of these stacks. I lifted up. There would have to be 2,000-3,000 pages in each stack. I lifted it up, the first one, had no idea. And there was his name on a little card, Bobby Knight with his number. It was like incredible. I tell that story all the time. And I called him and dialed the number. He said, I've been waiting for you to call. And he went out and he made a speech for me in a packed arena in Indiana, and it was over. It was over. He was a tough guy. He actually went a little far, if you remember. He made a great speech because he was actually a motivational type guy, to put it mildly. But he left the stage, and then I'm talking, and he walks back onto the stage. I said, uh-oh, this is trouble. Why is he coming back? He was a big guy, too. Why is he coming back? He said, may I say a few more words? I said, yeah, go ahead, Bobby, say a few more words. A little different. And he said, and let me tell you something about this guy, Trump. This guy, if he has to, will use the nuclear weapons that we have. He will use he has no fear. He's going to use, and that's the kind of guy. And he walked off the stage. I said, I think I'm in big trouble, Pam. That was not good, but it worked out okay. In the meantime, we won the state in a landslide, and it was great, and it was just an amazing period of time. But this is the most amazing period of time. I think this is more amazing. What's taken place has been more amazing. I think it's more consequential, and if we do the job, one of the big in the last 129 years. Well, if we do the job that we're all capable of doing, I think it's going to prove to be that and then some, and that's what we want to do. We have a real big shot at making this country so great, so great. What happened to our country was so sad. What they've done in 4 years to our country with the borders, with Afghanistan, the most embarrassing period of time, allowing the Russian situation, it was never going to happen with Ukraine. Allowing October 7th to happen would have never happened because under me, Iran was totally broke. They had no money. They weren't giving any money to Hamas or Hezbollah. It was totally broke. But allowing inflation, look at what inflation's done to people, been so devastating. And now you see that, by the way, price of eggs is down 35% in the last week and a half. We're doing a good job. Brooke is doing a good job. Brooke Rollins and everybody. And inflation's down, interest rates are down, gasoline has come down to a level that we haven't seen in a long time. All things that we wanted to do, because then everything else is going to be coming down. We want it to come down. We want bacon to come down, and groceries, a term I used to use. It's sort of an old-fashioned term, but I used to use it on the campaign trail, those last 90 perfect, beautiful days. We just hit it. And I want to thank Susie. You have done a great job. Susie Wiles. Great job, Susie. A big magazine just named her the most powerful woman in the world, and that's okay with me. She is the most powerful woman. You think about it, John, right? The most powerful woman in the world, but she's great. And we had a great 90 days. It was a perfect 90 days, and it was a great result, but we want to put that result to good use by doing a phenomenal job. And I want to tell you that Todd and Emil know this very well. We had an amazing judge in Florida, and her name is Eileen Cannon, and I didn't know her. I still don't know her. I don't believe I ever spoke to her, even during the trial, but I did appoint her, federal judge, and these fake lawyers, these horrible human beings, were hitting her so hard, public relations-wise. They were playing the ref. I don't think it's legal. I don't think it's legal. They might as well go out and just shout it in a courthouse. They were saying she was slow, she wasn't smart, she was totally biased, she loved Trump. I didn't know her, other than I saw her the couple of days that I was in court, and I thought her decorum was amazing. Anything bad they could say, though, they were saying about her, it was whatever they could say bad about a human being, all made up, because actually she was brilliant. She moved quickly. She was the absolute model of what a judge should be, and she was strong and tough. And how do you get them to stop if you're a judge? How do you get them to stop with the playing the ref? Bobby Knight would play the ref. That's why I brought up the Bobby Knight story. He would play the ref. He'd scream at the ref. He'd scream so hard. Oh, boy, it was terrible, actually. And the people would come up, his assistant coaches would come up to play. Coach, don't do that. Don't do it. He said, he's not going to change his tune, coach. He called it. He's not changing. I don't care. And he's screaming. That's when he threw the chair. He starts going crazy. And he said, no, he's not going to change this time, but he's going to change for the next play. And sure as hell he did. You know, Bobby, by the way, had the last undefeated team in basketball. And relatively speaking, you know, he had a team. He always had a team. He never had that. Well, he had a couple of great players, obviously, with some top NBA players, but very few relatively. He had a team, but he won the national championship 3 times, but he had the last undefeated team in basketball. And he would play the ref, and he would scream at him. He knew exactly what he was doing. They're doing the same thing. He said, no, he's not going to change now, but he's going to change for the next one. That's what he wanted to do. He wanted to scare the hell. They wanted to scare the hell out of the judges, and they do it. And how do you stop it if you're a judge? Because you want to go home, you have a family, you have children, and the New York Times will write whatever these people say, and the Washington Post, and the Wall Street Journal, and MSDNC, and the fake news CNN, and ABC, CBS, and NBC, and they'll write whatever they say. And what do you do to get rid of it? You convict Trump. All you have to do is be really tough on him and ultimately convict him, and they leave you alone. It's totally illegal what they do. I just hope you can all watch for it, but it's totally illegal. And it was so unfair what they were doing to her. But they do it all the time with judges. But in her case, she was very courageous, and it only made her angry. Wouldn't you say? It just made her angry. She didn't like it. A lot of them say, oh, please don't say that about me. My family, what's my husband going to say? What's my wife going to say, or my kids? Please don't say that. And it had absolutely no impact on her. And the case against me, which was a case, I will not use a bad word. I promised my wife I would never use a bad word. So just a little bad. The case against me was bullshit. And she correctly dismissed it. She correctly. Look at Emil, he's looking. He said, that's interesting. But these two guys were warriors. You got a warrior here. You got two warriors, I can tell you that. You got a whole bunch of them. But, and they wouldn't quit. They wouldn't take no for an answer. They just wouldn't quit. These two people right up here, and some others that are involved with it indirectly. And what the lawyers do is they're doing it to the Supreme Court justices, hoping that they'll be overcome by the horrible things they say about them. They say things about Supreme Court justices and judges that are just horrible. They're playing the ref. Remember the way they treated Justice Thomas and Justice Alito and Justice Kavanaugh, Justice Gorsuch. Chief Justice Roberts get treated unbelievably badly, and they're hoping that they can sway them to go along because, again, what do? They're humans. You know, like it would be wonderful if everybody was just a perfect computer machine, but they're not. They're humans, and they don't want to be accused of many, many things, including gross incompetence. They don't like it, and they don't want it. There's not much they can do about it. You know, they're in a position they can't really fight back really very well. And so what they do is sometimes they get weak. I would say a majority, maybe, of the times. That's why I'm so impressed with Judge Cannon in Florida, how strong she was, how she held up. It actually made her more resolute than anything I've seen. I mean, it was amazing because they were hitting her so hard. It was so sad to watch this. But it's sad what they do to other judges. It's very sad what they do to the Supreme Court. And a lot of the judges that I had, if you look at them, they take tremendous abuse in the New York Times and the Washington Post, all of the different networks. They take such abuse. And honestly, very simply, they're afraid of bad publicity. They don't want bad publicity. And it's truly interference, in my opinion, and it should be illegal, and it probably is illegal in some form. There's no difference than speaking to a judge or shouting to a judge or doing whatever you have to do in a courthouse. They're doing it behind the back. They're usually doing it anonymously. They're saying anonymously, off the record, the judge is no good, but everybody knows where it's coming from. And it's totally coordinated. It's a campaign, and it's by the same scum that you have been dealing with for years, like guys like Andrew Weissman, deranged Jack Smith. There's a guy named Norm Eisen. I don't even know what he looks like. His name is Norm Eisen of Crew. He's been after me for 9 years. Now, Crew is a charitable organization. And the reason I'm saying this, Todd, is I'm only going to get one chance to say this. But these are bad people. I don't know who he is. I don't know what he looks like. But everything I read is Norm Eisen of Crew. And Crew is a charitable organization. And that's a political thing. His sole life is to get Donald Trump. And he's been vicious and violent, and he's trying, and he probably had pretty good success over the years. But with me, how did he do? I think I'm president. Am I here because I'm president? But we had to take all of that abuse, even during the trials. We had to take tremendous abuse, like, you know, these wonderful guys. They're not legitimate people. They're horrible people. They're scum. And you have to know that. And you're going to have these cases where you can't allow yourselves to be deflected. You just can't let it happen. You have such a higher calling. And I believe that CNN and MSDNC, who literally write 97.6% bad about me, are political arms of the Democrat Party. And in my opinion, they're really corrupt and they're illegal. What they do is illegal. It makes no difference how big a victory I had. I can have the biggest victory in history. It makes no difference what kind of a failure the other side has. These people are going to go after me. And I said it during the other night, during the big speech on Tuesday night. I said about Democrats, and I don't like that. I have great respect, by the way, for what Schumer did today. He went out and he said that I'm going to have to vote with the Republicans because it's the right thing to do. I couldn't believe what I heard. But, you know, I think he's going to get some credit for it. I think. Let's see what happens tonight with the big vote as it comes. But these networks and these newspapers are really no different than a highly paid political operative. And it has to stop. It has to be illegal. It's influencing judges, and it's really changing law, and it just cannot be legal. I don't believe it's legal. And they do it in total coordination with each other, and everything we do, we're restoring law, restoring order, and restoring public safety in America. That's what we want to do. And we're bringing honor and integrity and accountability back to the highest levels of the FBI, DOJ, and throughout our government. We're bringing our country back faster than anyone ever thought possible. We're working so hard at doing it, and we want fairness in the courts. The courts are a big factor. The elections, which were totally rigged, are a big factor. We have to have honest elections. We have to have borders, and we have to have courts and law that's fair. Well, we're not going to have a country. Crooked Joe Biden got us into a real mess with Russia and everything else he did, frankly, but he didn't know about it, and he, generally speaking, signed it with AutoPen. So how would he know that AutoPen is a big deal? I don't know. You know, they're having, who's doing this? So when my people come up, Will and all of the people, Steve, they come up and, sir, this is an executive order. They explain it to me, and, you know, 90% of the time I sign it, 99% of the time I say do it. But they come up and I sign it. But you don't use AutoPen. It's, number one, it's disrespectful to the office. Number two, maybe it's not even valid because, you know, who's getting him to sign? He had no idea what the hell he was doing. If he did, all of these bad things wouldn't be happening right now. But we're going to get you back into a great position, and we've already started. They say that we had the most successful first month of presidency. Not a long time, but it's still a lot. It's like if you're a golfer, sinking a 3-foot putt on the first hole gives you confidence to sink something on the second hole. But if you miss that first putt, you don't like to have the putt on the second hole and the third hole. It could be a very bad experience. It's nice to get that first month, and now we have more than a month. Now we have a month and a half. And it's going really, really well. I can tell you as a little secret, although the cameras are blazing back there, so it's not that much. But I think we're doing well, as you have been hearing about Ukraine. I think we're doing now well with Russia. We're speaking with President Putin. We want to get the war over. Not only have we spent maybe $350 billion to Europe's, think of that, $350 billion to $100 billion, and yet we're across the ocean far away, so it shouldn't have been that way, but Biden let that happen too. And we're getting a deal where we're going to get that back, but much more importantly are the lives that we're talking about. On average, 2,000 young people are being killed every single day. Now, they're not from here. They're from nowhere close to here, but they're young people. They're human beings, and they have parents. They have sisters and brothers, the mothers and fathers, the friends and the families and the towns where they grew up. And they're losing, on average, 2,000, even 2,500 a week. And I want to get it stopped. And we've had some very good calls today with Russia and with Ukraine. They've agreed for a ceasefire if we can get it with Russia, and it's not easy. It's a tough one, but I think we're doing it. And as the Secretary General said yesterday of NATO, a terrific guy, he said without Trump, we wouldn't be talking about it. It would just go on for years, and millions of people have been killed, but millions more people would be killed. And he said it was a great honor. Without me, it would just keep going on. We're looking for the ceasefire now with Russia, and we've had some very good talks about it. We've had some very good responses. And I can tell you that there was a case where there would have been no war if I were president, and it's just 100% would not have happened, would never have happened. I used to speak to President Putin a lot about it. I said, don't do it. Don't do it. I won't tell you what the consequence was. I won't tell you what he said. But if he believed even 5% of what I said, then he would say, I'm not going to do it. And I think he did. But we had a good relationship, and we had a professional relationship, and his respect for this country. And I think we've had some very good results. So, you know, I haven't been able to say that to anybody else. I haven't wanted to say it until just before I came here. I got some pretty good news. So, but we have to see what happens. It's still a long way to go. The fighting is unbelievable. Russia has a large group of Ukrainian soldiers, as we speak, surrounded and in grave danger. They've been able to surround them. They're in grave danger. Biden should have never let this war happen. First of all, you don't want to pick on somebody that's a lot larger than you, even with the money. There's a lot of money that we gave them and a lot of equipment. We make the best military equipment in the world, but even with all of that, it's unbelievable. Right now, you have a lot of Ukrainian soldiers that are encircled and in grave danger, and I've asked them not to kill those soldiers, please, not to kill those soldiers. We don't want them killed. It's such a shame to see what's happened. A thing like that would have never happened. Inflation would have never happened. October 7th would have never happened. Israel, Iran had no money. They were totally broke. Think of it. They had no money to give to anybody. They were totally broke. And within a short period of time, as soon as Biden came in, he took out all the sanctions. In China and everybody else that wasn't buying oil from Iran was buying it at levels that they never spent before. And it was a sad thing. And if you look at Afghanistan, that was probably what got Putin started, because when he looked at how horribly we looked, I think the most embarrassing day, not that we got out because we were getting out, I would have been out faster than them. I was the one that got it down to the right level. But we would have kept Bagram, the big Air Force base. We would have kept it. Right now, China occupies Bagram. And the reason we would have kept it is because they were 1 hour away from where China has and builds its nuclear missiles and weapons. And they gave that up. At the dark of night, they left the lights on, and they left the dogs behind, by the way. A lot of people say, what about all the dogs? They had a lot of dogs, and they left the dogs behind. And what a shame, what a shame. The way we got out, I think it was the most humiliating time in the history of our country. The way it happened, not that we were getting out, because we wanted to get out, but we would have gotten out with dignity and strength. And what a difference a rigged and crooked election had on our country when you think about it. And the people who did this to us should go to jail. They should go to jail. So I just want to say God bless America, because we have to say God bless. We're lucky we're still here, frankly. And this whole thing could lead, I think we have it. I think we have it. But this could lead to World War III. Very easily, could very easily lead to World War III, but I think we're in pretty good shape, a lot better than we were before we got involved, that I can tell you. That was heading into World War III territory, and that would have been a war like no other because of nuclear weapons and other types of weapons that people you don't even want to know about. But as many of you do know, well, we're focused on persecuting, and these people were really focused on persecuting Republicans. The last administration presided over the worst increase in violent crime in our country in many, many decades. We had levels of violence and crime, and a lot of it had to do with the illegal immigrants that came in. Remember when I used to complain about it? because I knew how tough they were, how mean they were. And they said, no, people that come into our country are all wonderful people. No, they're not wonderful. These are stone cold killers. These are killers they make our killers look nice by comparison. They make our killers look nice. These are rough, tough people with the tattoos all over their face. Historically speaking, I don't want to discriminate against anybody, but historically speaking, they're not going to be the head of any major bank that we know of. These are rough people. These are rough killer people, and they allowed them in by the millions. In major cities like New York, Chicago, and Washington, mothers can't walk their children to the park without fear of being shot or killed or raped or anything. Women can't ride the subway without worrying that a hoodlum will shove them onto the train tracks. In New York, it's happened twice in the last couple of weeks. They're standing there, perfect Wall Street gentleman in one case, and another person who was a worker, good worker, electrician, gets pushed into a train going 45 miles an hour just prior to the train, not stopping, going to go through that. So I know the stations very well. I used to take the subway. I used to feel safe. When I was young, I'd go to my parents would drop me off at the subway. I'd take the subway to my school. Can you believe it? Today, they wouldn't be doing that. And we want to get a country back maybe where you can do that again, Pam. But it's so sad to see what's taking place under the Biden regime. Average monthly homicides increased by 14%. Property crime rose tremendously. Violent crime went up at least 37% that they know of. Rape soared by 42%. Car theft rose by 48%. And robberies surged to 63 to 100%. They don't even know what the number is. And I have no higher mission as President of the United States than to end this killing and stop this law breaking and to making America safe again. And that's what you're all about in this room. We want to protect Americans, and we protect everybody that's in our country, American or not American. We want to have a safe and proud country. We're joined today by dozens of police officers, sheriffs and sheriff's deputies from all across the country. My message to these law enforcement heroes is simple. With me in the White House, you once again have a president who will always have your back, will always have your back. Thank you, folks. Thank you. That's a lot of good-looking people. I will tell you, I feel safe. I'm glad you're in the room. I feel even safer. It's a lot of great people. On day one, I signed an executive order directing Attorney General to ensure that anyone who murders a police officer immediately, with as fast a trial as we can have, gets the death penalty. And last month, I fired all the radical left pro-crime U.S. attorneys appointed by Joe Biden. There were so many that were bad. And I know there were some that were probably very good, but there were so many that were so bad and so evil, so corrupt. Instead of having Marxist prosecutors who want to put police officers in handcuffs and go after a police officer rather than a criminal, I appointed patriotic, tough-on-crime warriors who will partner with police to put dangerous offenders behind bars, put them in jail. We're fully reviving 1033 program to provide state and local law enforcement with surplus military equipment that we have so much of it. I did it in my last administration, and I remember Obama wouldn't do it. He wouldn't do it before me, would not do it, because he thought it made them look too strong, too military. I said, no, that's what I want them to look like. I want them to look strong. And it was protective, defensive equipment. We had billions of dollars. I gave it out, and now I'm going to have a chance to give it out again. They didn't want to do it with Biden, and Biden didn't know why. I didn't, if they would have asked him, he wouldn't have been able to answer the question. He could never answer a question. They said my press conference yesterday was longer than all of Biden's press conferences put together for the last 4 years. And I don't know if that's true, but it was close. And perhaps most importantly, we're securing our border and repelling the invasion of America. We have, you see the numbers have come down. So, and Tom Homan and Christie have been incredible. Christie Noem, Secretary, she's done great. And Tom Homan is, I don't know if Tom Homan's here, but wherever he may be, I think he's chasing people out of our country. If he was here, I'd almost be disappointed. What are you doing, Tom? But he's a fantastic guy, and he's a brave guy. Over the past 4 years, other countries emptied out their prisons and jails, mental institutions, and insane asylums, and sent the killers, drug smugglers, and bloodthirsty inmates from the filthiest dungeons of the world straight into the USA. And open border. We had an open border policy. Anybody could come in, no matter what you were, no matter where you came from, no matter what you looked like, no matter what you were doing, no matter what you did, no matter how many people you murdered, you could come right into our country. We have murderers right now walking the streets. We're joined today by Tammy Nobles, whose 20-year-old daughter, Kayla, was attacked in her home 3 years ago, horrifically assaulted and strangled to death by an illegal alien MS-13 monster set loose into our country under the open border Biden regime. Kayla was one of countless American victims ripped away from their families by the open border policies of that administration. And we're also joined by Kayla's stepfather, Jeremiah, and several other courageous angel families here today. And I'd love you to all just stand up and take a bow, because you are incredible people. Please. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. But I want you to know that we are working every day to expel these savages from our country and ensure that what happened to your loved ones will never happen again. So their legacy is going to be a great one. Thank you all very much. We appreciate it. On day one of my administration, I declared a national emergency on our southern border. In our first full month in office, we achieved the lowest level of illegal border crossings ever recorded, okay? Even lower than 4 years ago. For years, Democrats and the media kept saying that we needed new legislation. We had to have new legislation. We needed it immediately, and I never had legislation. I had the best border in the history of our country for almost 4 years. And by the time I got out, we had the lowest numbers ever. My favorite chart of all time was brought down that day. And on that chart said we had the lowest numbers ever. But it turned out that we really didn't need new legislation. All you needed was a new president. And I said that the other night. That's all you needed was a new president saying, close the borders, because the Border Patrol is unbelievable, ICE is unbelievable, and all of our law enforcement is just incredible. All of you guys are amazing, and the people of our country respect you and they love you, and a lot of times you don't hear that because you have to listen to the fake news back there, but they have great respect for you, so I just want you to know that. And you know, that includes our fire departments too. They don't get spoken about enough. You know, they go into some of the areas I read where they're shooting them off ladders. Can you believe it? They go up to put out a fire, Leo, and they go and they shoot them off a ladder. It's just unbelievable. These firemen and women are incredible. So I want to put them in the same category because they're just incredible. I also like that the fact they voted for me like at 94%. So I have to mention them. I have no choice, right? But the truth is they're phenomenal people. The law enforcement, fire, everybody, they're phenomenal. Basically first responders, because that's what they are. They're first responders. And we're ending the migrant occupation of America. And what we're doing now is we're liberating our cities and our suburbs and our towns. And you see a big difference. I'm getting calls all the time from even leaders of other countries saying, sir, the whole world feels liberated now. It feels like there's a light over America, but there's a light over the whole world. I hear that so much. It's so nice to hear, too. And I feel it. I mean, I feel it. I look at it. I see the polls. I don't know if the polls are right, but they're certainly very good. I'll take them right now. It's amazing what's taken place in such a short period of time, really 6 weeks, but it's longer than that. It's really November 5th. I think that hopefully will go down, if you do your job great, it'll go down as the most important day, one of them at least in the history of our country. You know, July 4th was pretty, 1776, it was pretty important too. But let's see if we can top it. Can we top it? I don't know. That's a tough one, but we're going to try. But it will be one of the most important days in the history of our country. So I think, and I think everybody in this room wants that to happen. Last month, we officially designated MS-13 and Tren de Aragua. That's the Venezuelan gang, the toughest gang, they say, in the world, and the Mexican drug cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. That's a big deal. Nobody wanted to do that in the past. And by the way, we've caught hundreds of them, the Venezuelan gang, which is as bad as it gets. And you'll be reading a lot of stories tomorrow about what we've done with them. And you'll be very impressed, and you'll feel a lot safer, too, because they are a vicious group. They went into Colorado. They took over areas of Colorado. They sort of were like me. They were in the real estate business, but they didn't go out and get financing. They just took over a building and kept it. And they said to the tenants, get the hell out of here. One man called the police, and they cut off his fingers. And they say, you call again, your other fingers, and you call a third time, and you're dead. These are tough people and bad people, and we're getting them out of our country. And some are so bad, we don't want to get them out. We have to put them in jail because we don't want to even take a chance that they can come back. Thanks to our efforts, Mexico recently handed over 29 of the biggest cartel leaders, including the depraved kingpin charged with the 1985 murder of DE agent Kiki Camarena. And that was a big deal, if you know. They've been looking for this person for years, many years, and we got him. This evil killer will be now prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. And we know that, well, let's put it this way, I have to be nice. It's a very strong case. We're stopping the criminals pouring across our borders at record levels, and we're also stopping the massive quantities of deadly drugs. In 2023 alone, drug overdoses killed more Americans in 12 months than they did during the entire decade between 1980 and 1990, so 10 times more, but it's much higher than that. More Americans died from fentanyl last year than died in the Korean War, or the Iraq War, or the Afghanistan War, all of them combined. That's why I've placed large tariffs on Mexico, Canada, and China, and they will remain in place until these deadly poisons stop pouring into our country. And I will tell you, as soon as I put on the tariffs on Mexico, Canada, and China, unbelievable results have been seen in the last few weeks. Unbelievable results. They weren't happy about it. You probably read they weren't happy, but they are working like hell to end it. They weren't working very hard before I did that. With us today is a brave mother and advocate, Ann Funder, who lost her beautiful 15-year-old son, Weston, to fentanyl. And Ann, if you would, I'd like to ask you to come up and say a few words, please. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, darling.
Thank you.
You're going to be great. Let me put that down a little bit.
Thank you. Well, first, I want to say thank you. I think this is the biggest honor of my entire life, being on stage with President Trump. But I want to tell you a little bit about my son, Weston, who absolutely loved President Trump. He had a beautiful Trump 2020 flag hanging in his bedroom, and he had it on the beach one day, and we took a picture, and it became our 2020 Christmas card with the most perfect slogan for President Trump: peace on earth. But what happened in the next 4 years would be devastational to our country and our safety of our children. And in 2022, Weston lost his life, a freshman in high school at the age of 15, from a single pill that took his life. The cartels were allowed to operate on American soil and took hundreds of thousands of American lives. And so we knew there was only one person that could save us from the devastation on our American soil, and that was President Trump. And so in 2024, we did the best thing that we could do to keep America safe again, and we elected President Donald J. Trump. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank thank you. And he's done everything that he has promised. We have a 98% decrease in border crossings. And he has labeled the terrorist cartels terrorist organizations. And he has instilled tariffs because there is no price on human life. And so I feel like I can speak for the entire fentanyl fighting community when I say thank you to President Trump, and thank you to Pam Bondi and everyone out here who is fighting this fight. God bless you. God bless you, President Trump. God bless America.
That was Ann Thunder. She's speaking with President Trump at the Department of Justice. She lost her 15-year-old son to fentanyl back in 2022 after he took a pill laced with fentanyl. Now back to President Trump speaking at the Department of Justice.
Thank you, Ann, very much. Weston is, I just said to Ann, Weston is up in heaven watching his mom, and he's so proud of you. He's so proud of you. Thank you. We're also joined today by a number of other American families who have lost loved ones to fentanyl, and I'd love you to just stand up for a second, and we want to acknowledge you, and also your daughters, your sons. They're looking down on you, and they're loving you like crazy. So thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. This department will not rest until we have ended the fentanyl epidemic in America once and for all. In less than 2 months since I took office, the DEA and FBI have seized nearly 1 million deadly doses of fentanyl, and that's just the beginning. At my direction and working with Pam and everybody else, we've launched an all-out war on fentanyl traffickers, and it's a war that we're going to win. We're going to win this war. I spoke with the president of Mexico, very nice woman, very fine woman, and I said, let me ask you, you're sending a lot of drugs into our country. We're not liking it at all. Can't do that. But I said, is Mexico, does it have much of a drug? She said, no, we're not a consuming nation. I thought it was an interesting term. And I said, why? And which I've heard also, by the way, they're not a consuming nation. They distribute, but they don't consume. But I said, why are you not a consumer? Well, we're very close with family. I said, so we're very close with family, too. I mean, our families are being devastated, and we're just as close. Why else? She said, well, we spend a lot of money on advertising saying how bad drugs are. They're very rough ads. They show the skin falling off and the teeth falling out and going blind and losing hair and everything that these things do. You look like you just came out of a horrible concentration camp. And she said it was, they're rough ads. And it's not often that I feel I've learned something from a phone call, because I've had a lot of phone calls over my life. But I realized right then and there what a great idea that is. And we have hired Susie, a great person who did a lot of our campaign work. And we've come up with an advertising campaign that's, I think, really incredible. More than anything else, it's terrible to watch. It's terrible to watch. It's the only way it's going to work. And I would be, because we got the numbers down, 18% would have a blue ribbon committee headed by the First Lady of the United States, who everyone loves, and some of her friends. And, you know, they work so hard, but it's a tough deal. They're dealing with very smart and very vicious people. You know, some of those businesses, those cartels, are run better than any business in America. They say they're run incredibly, not just here, they all over the world. They're run like a major business, but in many cases better. And I said, we got it 18% down. Well, 18% is incredible. It's like a record, but when you think of it, it's not very much. And the way you get it down, if you want to get it down to close to 100%, is with the death penalty. But I think maybe America is not ready for that. China has the death penalty. Singapore has the death penalty. Various places have the death penalty. Wherever you have the death penalty, you don't have drugs. But I just don't know if this country is ready for it. So I tell people, and it's always an option, but I don't know. I just don't know if you're ready for it, and that's okay. It's nothing you can do. But what we're going to do is we're doing this campaign, And I think we can get it down 50% with this campaign, because when people see all the horrible things that these drugs do to you, we're especially focused on fentanyl. When they see all of the horrible things that happen when you take drugs, how you look, you lose your look. Everyone's vain. They don't want to lose their look. The look is so important. And I think when they see these things, they may say, you know what, I'm going to take a pass. But there is big danger. Pam and I were talking about it before. A lot of people are taking fentanyl and not even knowing. They think they're doing something else, or maybe taking another drug, but at a much lower level. And they die. You can put on the pin, think of this, the head of a pin, fentanyl, and it's too much, and it will kill the strongest person in the room. And it's amazing. But we're going to do this campaign. It's going to be launched fairly soon, Susie. And I think it's going to have a big impact. I think if we got it down by another 30, 35 points, and I really believe we can, I think that's an incredible idea. So I thank the president of Mexico, actually. It was a call on tariffs, and we talked about drugs. And she gave me an idea that I think will be very successful, and based on what I saw, it's going to be amazing. Under our leadership, this department is once again laser focused on protecting the American people. We're defending our borders, our streets, our children, and our good, really God-given, this is God-given rights and liberties once and for all. We're going to defend our country, and we're going to defend our rights. Etched onto the walls of this building are the words English philosopher John Locke said, "Where law ends, tyranny begins." And I see that, and I saw it over the last 4 years when somebody was allowed to attack viciously with this department and the FBI. His political opponent, how did that work out? Didn't work out too well, but it wasn't pleasant. It wasn't pleasant. I was attacked by a political opponent, and probably it helped that I was attacked more than anybody in the history of our country. Alphonse Capone, the great Alphonse Capone, legendary Scarface, was attacked only a tiny fraction of what Trump was attacked. And maybe it worked out well. I don't know. If I had to give it up, I probably wouldn't, but only because I've gone through it. But I wonder what the difference would be. Maybe they helped get me elected by those margins, the big mandate that we received. But you can't go after your political opponent. Nobody's ever seen anything like it, actually. And hopefully they won't see anything like it. But now, with the return of law and order, the entire world is witnessing the triumph of American justice and American freedom. That's why we're here today, gathered with people that have love for our country. In the coming years, we will revive the storied legacy of this department, and it's happening right now. You can feel it. And rekindle the spirit of the great lawmen and legal lions of the past, Americans like Wyatt Earp, Elliot Ness, Frank Hammer, Rudy Giuliani. Rudy Giuliani had to suffer greatly. He's the greatest mayor in the history of our country. He had to suffer greatly. Ed Meese, Antonin Scalia, Robert Jackson, and Robert F. Kennedy. We will rebuild pride in our institutions. We will restore the prestige of this great department, and we will bring back faith in our justice system for the citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. And I want to just tell you that this has been a great honor. I was asked to do it, and I said, is it appropriate that I do it? And then I realized it's not only appropriate, I think it's really important. And I may never do it again. I may never have another chance to do it again, because this is something that I'm leaving to the greatest people I know, the best people, the smartest people, the toughest people I know. And they're going to do an incredible job. And it's an honor for me to have won this election so that I can appoint these people to do their job, and they're going to do it like you have never seen. So I just want to wish all of you good luck. It's going to be an interesting journey. Not going to be easy, but you're going to win. You're going to win, 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 and fight, fight, fight. And it's going to end up being a tremendous result for this country. So thank you all very much. God bless America. God bless you all. Thank you.
Well, there you have it. President Trump wrapping up his comments at the Department of Justice. He spoke for, wow, about an hour. He did make a little more than an hour, actually, I should note. His remarks at the Justice Department include just a couple of headlines. He said, we're going to build a new FBI building where it is rather than in Maryland. He said the FBI and the DOJ have to be near each other. He also said he had very good calls today with Ukraine and Russia. He thinks we're doing well with Russia. He did say that tariffs will remain in place until the drug flow stops. He spoke on Canada, China, and Mexico tariffs. He did just end his remarks after a little over an hour at the Department of Justice. In the meantime, we did see stocks close today and the week on a high note. Not good for the week, but on the day, the S&P 500 did finish higher by more than 2% today, and the NASDAQ Composite higher by 2.6%. The Dow Jones Industrial Average higher by 1.7% today. And on the week, we did see stocks move lower. Let's get more, though, because Charlie Pellet has been watching everything happening in the after hours. Hey, Charlie.
Well, hello there. Indeed, as you correctly say, it was an update today for the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ. A losing week, however. 4 declining weeks in a row. Right to the numbers here with the S&P up 117. Finishing the week, heading into the weekend, 56.38. That is a gain of 2.1%. Dow Industrials up 674, up 1.6%. The NASDAQ Composite Index surged 451, up today by 2.6%. The Russell 2000 Index of small cap shares was up 2.5%. The 10-year, 4.31%. The 2-year, 4.02%. Spot gold, little changed on the day, down under 0.1%, 29.86. West Texas Intermediate crude oil up 1%, 67.19 a barrel. And Bitcoin up almost 5% now, 84,285 on Bitcoin. So on the week, we did see a decline for the S&P 500 index, 4 weekly drops in a row, down on the week by just about 2.3%. And some IPO news to pass along. We do get word from Klarna that it is seeking an NYSE listing under the ticker symbol KLAR. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks so much for that update, Charlie. Do appreciate it. I want to bring in a Bloomberg News legal analyst, June Grosso. She's the host of Bloomberg Law. She joins us here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. He spoke for more than an hour, the president, that is, June. I think what's newsworthy about this is that he even went to the Department of Justice. That's not something that presidents traditionally do.
I think that's the only newsworthy thing, really, because, when you think about when I listened to what he said, he was talking about things that we've heard many, many times before, sometimes during the campaign, the weaponization of the Department of Justice against him and other people. And he talked about, how great the people that he has appointed are going to be. He did talk about the fact that they have fired, and we've discussed this, they have fired a lot of federal prosecutors who are career prosecutors who worked on the cases against him. But he called that dismissing corrupt prosecutors. But what they were people who worked on any of the cases against him have basically been dismissed. And at the Department of Justice, they have this sort of, it's hard to understand what they're doing with the lawyers there, because they're taking lawyers who are in antitrust and they're putting them in immigration. It's basically, most people think it's a way to get rid of some of the career attorneys there. It was sort of, he talked a lot about immigration and the numbers. In fact, the numbers that I read for February last month were 1,000 lower than the deportations under Joe Biden. And they have said that there are something like 430,000 immigrants, illegal immigrants in this country who have criminal backgrounds. Remember, they said that they were going to get those out first. And they haven't answered questions about how many but they've only, I think in total, deported 33,000. So the numbers, remember, it was going to be millions and millions of people were going to be deported. But now they're finding out that there's a court system. They can't just get people to leave the country, arrest them. Then they have to go through the court process, and that slows things down.
June, over the past couple of weeks, we've seen headlines flying left and right. And of course, we've seen a market that's been a little bit rattled off of the conversation that's been going on about tariffs. Cutting through all the noise here, what do you really feel like people are looking for in terms of this global trade war? What are they looking for Trump to say?
This is not my area of expertise. Global trade and tariffs. If it's about the law, I can tell you. But the tariff situation, as far as I can see, it's because it's too much, back and forth. It's not.
You did mention comments about the Justice Department and lawyers who've worked there. Right. He also had some comments about the Supreme Court. And it's been interesting to see over the last couple of weeks, June, how the courts have jumped in, as you mentioned, to restrain the president. Right. He doesn't like that. No, and in fact, they have a petition before he has been in office about 6 weeks.
he has gone to the Supreme Court now. This is the third time, and the court has turned him away 2 other times. Because what's been happening is the lower court judges have been issuing injunctions and preliminary restraining orders, temporary restraining orders, in order to stop some of these things that they've been doing. You know, the firing of federal workers, the freezing of funds, the birthright citizenship issues. So those have been frozen by the lower courts. And so now he's saying to the Supreme Court, we need you to come in and stop these lower courts issuing these nationwide injunctions, which means that one judge in New York can issue an injunction that affects the whole country. And that's something that the Supreme Court actually has talked about and complained about. Some of the justices have complained about the nationwide injunctions, but they've never touched them. So we'll see if they take that. That'll be very interesting to see. I mean, there might be enough justices on the court to take that particular issue, but he was turned away the last 2 times.
How would you characterize his relationship with the courts in comparison to previous presidents? I mean, we know that he's been pushing out a lot of presidential orders that have kind of gotten a bit of backlash and some tension there. What does that look like in terms of his relationship as you speak to people?
I mean, most presidents don't really have relationships with the Supreme Court as such. I mean, it's a separate branch of government, and most presidents are not talking so much about the Supreme Court, although Biden did complain about the Supreme Court, I have to say. So sometimes it's a love-hate relationship. It depends on whether the court is going, you know, along with what the president wants. This court, he thinks, is going to be favorable to him because they were favorable to him when he was out of office. I mean, basically, they ruled that on the presidential immunity decision, you know, they gave him broad immunity from prosecution, so he didn't have to go on trial before he, you know, during his campaign. So that was a win for him. So I think he feels that this court, and also he has appointed 3 justices on this court. That is, you know, something that's only been done a couple of times in history. So he feels like it's his court, but we don't know yet if it's his court. We'll have to see as these go on, because the last time he was there asking for them to unfreeze the freezing, they came out over 4 dissents, though. So you have the 4 dissents.
Yeah,
so.
and there was a lot of pushback on one particular justice whom he appointed also. Hey, June, we're going to have to wrap it up. Bloomberg News legal analyst June Grasso, host of Bloomberg Law. Thanks so much, June. Hey, Nora, sometimes I think about how much college is going to cost my kids when they're old enough. I think about this when I want to be depressed, okay?
Understandable.
Okay, so $400,000 a year, that's how much a private college is estimated to cost my daughter. Well, in-state tuition at fees at a public school would cost about $172,000. These are just estimates from MEFA.org. It's a calculator online, the Massachusetts Educational Financial Authority. And I did that. It's an estimate, but you know, hopefully that's not what it is.
Big numbers.
But it does raise the question, will college be necessary in 15 years? Is it necessary right now? I mean, look how much the workforce has shifted in just the last few years. We've got with us Kathleen Delaski. She's the founder of the Education Design Lab. It's a nonprofit organization that, in its own words, works with colleges, states, and employers to design shorter, more targeted forms of higher education. She's also the author of Who Needs College Anymore? Imagining a Future Where Degrees Won't Matter. She joins us from McLean, Virginia. Kathleen, good to have you with us. Who does need college right now?
Well, I still tell any 18-year-old. I'm not sure about, I don't know how old your children are. But
2 and 6. 2 and 6. So maybe the robots will rule by the time they're in there.
We may have the new system wired in time for your children to see that they have other options, because that's the problem even for 18-year-olds right now. Is that they really see still a kind of college or bust narrative going on in the country. We say college is too expensive. It's maybe not worth it, and so we have a lot of people. You know, enrollment is down in the degree form, and it's dropped quite a lot since 2010. It's starting to shift up a little bit, but what's interesting is the way that enrollment is improving right now is because of short-term certificates and other forms of enrollment that colleges are starting to offer. You know, they're competing with like the boot camps and apprenticeships that are having trouble getting to scale, and colleges themselves are starting to offer alternatives. And so I wrote the book really to kind of raise the argument that we need to better fund and remove the stigmas from alternatives to college, because only 38% of Americans have a four-year degree, and yet we tell all of our kids, that they have to, either go into debt or figure out how to get that four-year degree. And as you said at the beginning, that's starting to change. It hasn't changed yet. So I still, I think you have to give a lot of caveats when you're giving advice today.
Mm-hmm. So can you speak a bit more to those alternatives in terms of, we think about a traditional four-year university or maybe a two-year community college. Can you just dive a bit deeper into what those alternatives could look like and what that could mean for the future?
Absolutely. And I describe in the book that probably the two most successful alternatives right now, I mean, if you're looking to go for a professional pathway career, would be apprenticeships and industry certifications. And the problem with these two, wonderful alternatives to a four-year degree is that they are not evenly available. Like, you can find them in some cities and states, in some professions, but not widely. But they are being looked to as sort of the models that we need to create more of. And either colleges can develop and offer them, or independent organizations. A lot of entrepreneurs have been looking in these spaces too. But we have to get off this idea that it's only that the government should only fund the degree programs for people who are going at least half time into a degree program. That's how the funding follows you now. If you want to do one of these other kind of programs, you're usually not funded, and that's got to change.
How disruptive do you think AI is going to be to the workforce?
That's a great question. There's already reports coming out that AI is starting to impinge on and shrink the number of entry-level white-collar jobs, right? Because expertise that you can use ChatGPT or other options to try to get answers to questions that may not be within your realm of expertise. It tends to wipe out an entry-level white-collar job, that doesn't require a physical interaction, and so we're already seeing some of that. New reports are coming out, but where I think on the flip side, for a college student or a learner or a job applicant, they're also able to use AI to find out about more jobs, to help them write their resume, to potentially learn the bits of expertise that they need to even sound good in their job interview. So there's a positive and negative side to AI from the standpoint of the future of work. But probably the nature of jobs and the speed at which they'll change will continue to accelerate.
As we're thinking about AI just more broadly, we have a lot of students who are sitting here, everyone's looking at ChatGPT, but it's also a really good tool for teachers and people in the education field to utilize AI to better, educate the youth. Mm-hmm. What has been your take on AI and just what the implications can be from a teaching perspective?
Yeah, I teach at the college level at George Mason University here in Virginia. And I've tried to, it's interesting, we haven't been given a lot of, policies about how we're supposed to, whether we're supposed to allow students to use it to write their papers, for example. And so a lot of us are just kind of, we're just kind of forging into our own territory and deciding how to use it. And I have been treating it as my friend, right? To have students use it to basically like pressure test the ideas that we might come up with in the classroom. I teach design thinking, and so I have the students use it to pressure test the ideas that we do live in the classroom, and then they're supposed to, go and see, well, what does the rest of the landscape say about this point? That's one example. But it does mean that we can't really assign papers in the way that we used to. We have to figure out how to projectize things that create unique responses from the students, or require unique responses from the students. And that's been really difficult, but kind of exhilarating, really.
Yeah, I mean, I might be old or a Luddite, or I don't know. I don't know. I worry about what this does to critical thinking. Mm-hmm. I mean, I remember when I was in college and I would be working on a paper and I would have some sort of breakthrough with the thesis. And it would have required me to sort of go through all the notes and really come to a conclusion and distill an argument. And I learned so much by doing that. And it required me exercising a part of my brain that I don't know would need to be exercised if I had ChatGPT.
Right. I mean, it's the same. I mean, I'm old enough to remember when the calculator came out and we were worried about, that doing the math problem. And if you're not doing it yourself, like, do you learn enough? And I think the argument now is, okay, the calculator, like, yes, we don't have to know long division anymore. But you still, so you have to use math in different, you have to learn it in different ways or learn the applied version of it. So what I try and do in my classroom is force those aha moments that you had writing your paper. I force them in a live setting in a, where we're creatively problem solving together. And that does help. I mean, it doesn't work for a history paper, but it works if you take the history lesson and try to apply it to a real world situation that you have your students work on together. Because they want, today they want school or college to be an engaging experience, not a, not if it's something they can read and learn or even write a paper about, they want to be able to get that at the, drop of a hat. So learning has to become a whole lot more of an engagement practice experience for students to even care or stay engaged. That's what I'm seeing in my classroom and many of my colleagues too.
I really want to just keep an eye on, there's been this conversation about AI picking up plagiarism. In about 30 seconds or less, I'm curious, what is your standpoint as a teacher as to how to actually figure out if students are plagiarizing using AI? But there's also been some situations where AI falsely detects plagiarism from students.
Falsely detects. Yeah, I have heard a little bit about that. There are apps that usually most colleges and schools are where you can run the kids' papers through theirs and through these applications. Yes, I mean, I think that's happening maybe a little bit, but there are ways to check up on or have your student. I mean, you can usually tell without the apps whether the students came up with the argument,
right,
not necessarily the supporting facts. I mean, I don't hear my colleagues having much trouble in that regard. But yeah, I mean, you can go back to the student and use prompts, live prompts,
right?
ChatGPT prompts to figure that out.
Kathleen, we got to get you back. We got to go everywhere with you at the end of our program, and we do really appreciate it. Kathleen Delaski, she's the founder of the Education Design Lab. She's a teacher. She's also the author of Who Needs College Anymore? Imagining a Future Where Degrees Won't Matter. That is going to do it for Bloomberg Business Week. A big thank you to Nora Melinda for filling in for Carol. Balance of Power starts now.